Hi guys, it's me ChazzaHD and welcome to race day here at the Temple of Speed Monza for the last European race of the season, the 2023 Italian Grand Prix. And well, what a weekend it's been. Qualifying yesterday was another brilliant qualifying session in 2023, and we got, thankfully, for at least the race's entertainment, a different team than Red Bull on pole position. And not a massively, I would say, mixed up grid, but a mixed up grid in certain areas. And of course, we'll get into all of that in terms of the grid and all of that stuff in a moment. But yeah, I think today's race, I don't think it's going to be terrible or anything like that. I just think it's most likely going to end up being around about an average race. It may be a slightly above average Grand Prix. So yeah, we'll see if I'm wrong. I was wrong definitely at Zandvoort, where I thought it'd be probably not that great of a race. And we ended up getting at least a lot more drama than we expected from that event last Sunday. So yeah, let's hope I'm wrong once again. And of course, we have had a couple very good Italian Grand Prix in the last few years. 2018, we had a classic race that day. Hamilton versus Raikkonen fighting for the win. Leclerc versus Hamilton in 2019. Of course, 2021, we'll all remember that race. The McLaren 1-2. And of course, Hamilton Verstappen colliding. And just lots of craziness going on that day. Let's hope for something like that. But yeah, I'm not expecting a classic, put it that way. But just want to say, of course, as I usually do, hope you guys are doing well, no matter what time zone you're in, what part of the world you're from. Hope you're having as best a Sunday as possible. And I hope, of course, you can join me in either watching along or listening along, and just in general, enjoying the Italian Grand Prix of 2023. And of course, firstly, we're going to get into the build-up to the race preview. Going to go through the usual stuff, the results of qualifying, and the data from qualifying as well, looking at the sector times, the speed trap data. We'll get into all of that stuff to give you a good look as to where certain teams are quick. And also, with the speed trap data, of course, with this track being the biggest power track on the calendar, you get a good idea as to who legitimately has very good top speed in 2023 in general, never mind this weekend. And then, of course, we'll get into my final race prediction before lights out, and then get into the teams more in depth. And also, I will touch on the race strategy today, and go through what Pirelli have said the predicted strategy is today. Of course, the three compounds we've got this weekend are the three softest compounds in the Pirelli range, the C5, C4, and C3. So I am expecting a bit more tyre wear today than you normally get for an Italian Grand Prix, purely because of how soft the tyres are. Plus, it is going to be a hot day at Monza. About 30 degrees Celsius it should be. The air temperature, the track temperature should be, 35 to 40 degrees Celsius. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how the tyres cope in that heat. Of course, if you're, racing hard with another driver, you're going to burn out your tyres even more. And of course, that is definitely possible here at Monza. And of course, I do have a poll running in the chat right now, where I've asked you guys, what are the chances of Ferrari winning the 2023 Italian Grand Prix today? Of course, they're starting on pole position. And the options are 0%, 25%, 50%, 75%. Let me know, what are the chances of Ferrari winning their home race? Of course, it'll be their first win at Monza since 2019, and their first win in Formula 1 in 14 months. Last win, of course, back at the Red Bull Ring in Austria last year in July. So, yeah, it's, to be fair, it hasn't felt that long since their last win, but yeah, factually, it is quite long for a team like Ferrari. Anyway, let's now go on to the qualifying results. So, this is your top 10 for the grid today here at Monza. Carlos Sainz will start on pole position for the 4th time in his Formula 1 career, just about getting pole position. Brilliant lap, not just to out-qualify his teammate, which I was not expecting coming into the weekend, but to get pole at Ferrari's home race. Yeah, that's just such a great effort from him, and absolutely, by far, is the highlight of his season. A season from Sainz that has been really just average from him. Not terrible, but not really that great. So yeah, great to see Carlos Sainz having a very strong weekend. He's been quicker than Leclerc, I think, in every session this weekend. Practice 1, practice 2, practice 3. Not sure for all parts of qualifying he was quicker than Leclerc, but the all-important part, he was by half a tenth of a second or just over that. But then it'll be Max Verstappen second. Of course, he's going for the record-breaking 10th win in a row to break the record for most wins in a row by any Formula 1 driver. He's currently tied with Sebastian Vettel on 9. Charles Leclerc, third. First and third Ferrari. I don't think really they could have done any better than that. So, yeah, a great result for the Scuderia. George Russell, 4th for Mercedes. What a lap and what a result for the team. And I will illustrate in a few moments' time with the data from qualifying why this is such an amazing result. Because they really were not looking like, finishing anywhere near 4th place at all, really, until Q3. So, massive credit to George Russell. Once again, another great qualifying lap like he did at Zandvoort. And credit to Mercedes for, delivering that pace as well. Sergio Perez in 5th. A poor session in the end from Perez. He has work to do, a lot of work to do, if he's going to end up on the podium for the first time here at Monza since 2012. And then you've got Alex Albon in 6th place in the Williams. Williams look very competitive. I'd be very surprised if Williams were not in the points today. Oscar Piastri will start in 7th place. A great qualifying for him. Lewis Hamilton only 8th. I don't think Hamilton's qualifying was terrible, but it definitely wasn't, it wasn't truly what he was capable of. And definitely wasn't the best Lewis Hamilton we saw yesterday. And Lewis talked about it, after qualifying, that he just can't pinpoint with the way the car feels and the setup. He just can't pinpoint exactly what the issue is. But that's why he's not had really that good of a weekend, is because he's not feeling the car, if that makes any sense. He's just not got that feeling of the car. He's not say one with the car, like of course we've seen him in the past, and we've even seen him earlier this season a lot more one with the car at earlier races. So that's really why Hamilton is down in 8th, and a lot of work for him to do to get anywhere near his teammate. Lando Norris 9th, an off day for Norris, 0.2 of a second down on Piastri, but overall McLaren weren't really that quick in qualifying. And then Fernando Alonso in P10. Alonso really doing the best he could do, because Aston Martin simply nowhere near Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, Williams and McLaren on pace around this circuit, and a lot closer to the teams in the midfield this weekend are Aston Martin, rather than, being close to the teams ahead. But that is your top 10. And then the rest of the field, you've got the 2 AlphaTauris in 11th and 12th place. What a surprise. Yuki Tsunoda in P11 and Liam Lawson in P12. What a qualifying from Lawson. Only a 10th slower than his teammate, with still limited time in the car. And yeah, what a result for the AlphaTauri team. And if there is any slip-ups from anyone in the top 10 and maybe even a couple retirements, AlphaTauri could grab a point, because they've looked really, yesterday, consistently, in practice 3 and in the qualifying session itself, like best of the rest after the top 6 teams. So, yeah, AlphaTauri looking strong. Nico Hulkenberg 13th. Really, that was, I think, maybe not the best he could have done. Maybe P12 is the best he could have done, but I don't think Hulkenberg really had a chance of Q3 because Haas just don't have this weekend a quick enough car for that. Valtteri Bottas 14th. Bottas also doing the best he could because Alfa Romeo are pretty slow this weekend. Logan Sargent 15th. Shocking performance by Sargent. Nearly, or I think basically, a second slower than Alex Albon, his teammate. That is unacceptable, especially around a track like this where they are so competitive. He should have been, really, given what Albon's best lap time in qualifying was in the end, Sargent should have got into Q3 at minimum and probably should have ended up 9th or 10th. But 15th is, yeah, just a shocking performance by Logan. And I keep saying it with him, we need to see him get closer to Alex, but he just can't. And I'll be honest, if I'm Williams, I'm looking for a replacement because they're just not getting really anything from him that they need if they're going to be a more reliable point-scoring team. Because they can't just rely on Alex Albon to do all of the work. Zhou Guanyu 16th. Pierre Gasly 17th. Esteban Ocon 18th. Alpine have been disastrous this weekend. We know that they have a real lack of straight line speed. They have the weakest power unit on the grid. And there is the evidence. Yeah, just horrendous pace. Nothing the drivers could do. Kevin Magnussen 19th. Also poor performance by him yet again in qualifying. And Lance Stroll 20th. 2.5 seconds off pole. Even though Aston Martin, aren't really that strong at all this weekend, that is a shocking effort from Stroll. And, their team principal, Mike Crack, make sure I pronounce that correctly, in case it's confused for something else. Yeah, he can give as many excuses as he wants, as he did a few days ago, about why Stroll has been, underperforming, and, blame it on the team. But it is not the team's fault. The reason Lance Stroll has been so poor this season, the reason he was so poor yesterday, because he is not performing anywhere near the level required. And at the minute, I've got to say, I don't think he's even performing at a Formula One standard. Because 20th and last on pure pace in that Aston Martin car should not be possible around any track this season. So, yeah, horrendous from Stroll. He should have been, at minimum, getting into Q2. Never mind being, last in qualifying overall. Just horrendous from him. But that is your starting grid for the 2023 Italian Grand Prix. Let's get to the sector time data, though, just to see where certain teams were so quick compared to others and how it ended up the way it ended up. So the first sector, which is the most high-speed or power-dominant sector here at Monza. Ferrari and Williams pretty much level on pace. Not really a surprise that they're the two top teams in that facet. Maybe you would expect Red Bull to be a tad quicker, but they're still pretty quick through the first sector. But yeah, Ferrari pretty much a 10th quicker than Red Bull. Mercedes' first sector time, absolutely fine. Same with McLaren. I mean, we never were expecting them to be quick in the first sector. Aston Martin's first sector as well is absolutely fine. AlphaTauri's surprisingly good, quicker than Alfa Romeo and Haas. Was definitely not expecting that. I've got to say, Haas, no idea what they've done to that car, because they should have been at least 0.2 of a second better in the first sector. Given how you'll see in a moment, they had the best top speed of any team in qualifying. So yeah, I really don't get that. And then, yeah, 8th, best team Alfa Romeo. Alpine, clear example. They, their straight line speed just isn't that great. 4.5 tenths off the Ferrari in just Sector 1 alone. And then, yeah, Haas, very surprisingly, at the very back. The middle sector is the most aerodynamically important sector. It is still quite high speed, though, because you have a DRS zone going down to the Ascari chicane. Ferrari, once again, quickest, and vitally in qualifying, they were 0.06 of a second, about half a tenth, just over half a tenth quicker than Red Bull. And I did say, going into qualifying, that would be the crucial sector for Ferrari. That if they could be quicker through there, the middle sector, then they would probably end up on pole, and they were. And that's what got, I think, ultimately the job done with the final laps in Q3. Mercedes, I wouldn't say necessarily surprising, and as well McLaren, I wouldn't say necessarily their pace is surprising, because again, middle sector here at Monza, you've got more, it's more corner heavy, but it is still high speed compared to a lot of, sectors you would see around a lot of other circuits on the calendar. So can't really be that surprised at the pace there. And then a big gap to the Williams of Alex Albon. Their pace through there, pretty good. AlphaTauris as well, their pace pretty strong. And they were really, AlphaTauri again, the surprise of qualifying. Aston Martin, though, I have no idea why they're so slow in the middle sector. They are 3.5 tenths of a second slower than Mercedes in the middle sector. That just cannot happen. It cannot happen. They should have been really a quarter of a second at least closer to the Mercedes team than they were. It wouldn't have helped in the end. Alonso still would have been in P10, just to illustrate just how slow they are this weekend. And of course, we did expect it because it is the weakest track of the season. They just don't have a car that's good at really super high-speed circuits. But yeah, I was really surprised by this middle sector time. Just ahead of the Haas F1 team with an Alfa Romeo in 9th. And Alpine, again, similar to Aston Martin, wasn't expecting them to be super quick in the middle sector, but I don't get why they're that slow. Alpine, half a second slower than Williams in the middle sector. That should not happen. They should be, 2.5, 3 tenths of a second quicker at least. Alpine through that middle sector, and that would have maybe allowed, them to get one car, at least into Q2. And make their qualifying a bit better. But yeah, Alpine, very poor in the middle part of the lap. And in the final part of the lap, Red Bull, by far the kings through there. A tenth of a second pretty much quicker than Ferrari. And Mercedes, very impressive pace, I've got to say, from Mercedes in the final sector. Especially when we get onto the speed trap data in a moment. Which will illustrate how that is so impressive. McLaren, their gap to Red Bull, I'd say, is as expected. I am a tad surprised Williams are not quicker in the final sector. Probably would have expected them to be maybe a tenth at most quicker, but I mean, their position in qualifying, is just fine. So I don't think really they can be too disappointed with what happened yesterday. Aston Martin, 4 tenths of a second slower than Red Bull in the final sector. Yeah, a bit excessive there in the lap time loss. Haas only slightly behind them, and then AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo, and once again, Alpine, so slow. Way slower than even Alfa Romeo. 2.5 tenths of a second pretty much slower in the final sector. So, yeah, Alpine, when it comes to the design of their car, in terms of its aerodynamic efficiency at high speed, and also with its power unit, it is horrendous for a track like this. And really, we have seen a clear example of that this weekend. I mean, we've seen this season around tight racetracks that are either very similar to a street circuit or actual street circuit tracks. Alpine have been most competitive at. And that's why in Singapore, they should be a lot stronger in of course, a couple of weeks' time. Let's go on to the top speeds by team, the team-by-team rankings. This speed trap data, by the way, is taken from the speed trap at the very end of the pit straight, the highest speed part of the track. Haas ending up quickest through there, which is why I don't get why Hülkenberg was so slow through the first sector. Must have made a mistake in that first sector, because I really don't get why they were so slow. The slowest team overall. Ferrari then second, Alfa Romeo third, and that really just does prove that Ferrari have the strongest power unit on the grid here at Monza and in 2023. because they've got all of the, Ferrari-powered teams in the top positions. And then after that, just after that, AlphaTauri, very impressive top speed. We have seen in the last few races, they brought a lot of updates, especially to the rear wing. And I think the reason they've done that is because they were a bit draggy earlier this season with their car. And they've definitely done a lot of work on that. And they've definitely improved on that quite a bit. I think we saw a bit of that improvement back at Spa, where they weren't actually as bad as maybe they would have been earlier in the season. So great work by AlphaTauri there. And then Williams, I mean, them being the fifth best team is surprising, but I mean, their top speed is still really strong. Then you've got Alpine, surprisingly, in the sixth place position, but they're only barely ahead of McLaren and Aston Martin. So yeah, their top speed is still not that great. And of course, they would have been running as slim a wing as possible to negate their power unit disadvantage. McLaren then just behind, then Aston Martin. Red Bull then, the second slowest team. Hold on a second. Red Bull, the second slowest team down the straights, and 5 kilometers an hour slower than Ferrari, which is clear proof to me, and it should be clear proof to anyone with a brain, that Red Bull set their car up for qualifying with the race clearly in mind, and clearly have put a bit more wing on their car to try and look after their tyres better than Ferrari in the race, and just in general have a race setup on the car rather than a setup to optimize their qualifying. So that's why Red Bull's top speed was not as good as it normally is. And you definitely could say that was the difference in qualifying, that Red Bull just running a tad more wing than the Ferrari team. Still impressive, that middle sector time, though, from Ferrari, despite Red Bull running the extra wing, which should have made them really strong in the middle sector, but in the end, it didn't. But it should help Red Bull quite a bit, that race setup, of course, today. And definitely should help a lot with looking after, of course, the tyres. And then, at the very back, Mercedes-Benz, 5 kilometers an hour slower than Red Bull, 10 kilometers an hour slower than Ferrari. Something has gone wrong there, clearly, for Mercedes to be that slow. I didn't see them a lot doing, any slipstreaming or trying to get a tow from anyone, but I'm pretty sure there were times where a Mercedes driver did have a tow from a car ahead. So I don't think, they just went the whole session without having a tow in qualifying, which of course does slightly help your performance with these 2023 cars. But for them to be that slow in the speed traps is quite incredible. And it does show, if you go back, this final sector time from Mercedes, where it is very high speed in the final sector, and the first sector, their pace in qualifying was actually really strong. Either they didn't get the setup right, or they just decided we're not going to be quick in qualifying, so let's just put a lot more wing on, or a bit more wing on, to try and have a really good race setup, and then, obviously charge forward in the race. Maybe that's what their thinking was, or maybe they just accidentally got it wrong. But it is incredible that George Russell ended up 4th in a car that was by far the slowest down the straights. And I think it does show that lap by George Russell was one of the best laps in qualifying. You could argue, with the 10 kilometer an hour disadvantage there, you could argue that Russell's lap was the best lap of qualifying, given, 10 kilometers an hour. That is an enormous difference. Absolutely enormous difference between one team and another. So yeah, that is Well, I mean, when I saw that, when I was, making these graphics and getting all the data put in, I was like, surely this is wrong. But no, that is actually true. That top speed from Mercedes. But yeah, what a lap by George Russell. And maybe if they have actually decided to put a bit more wing on, say similar to Red Bull, just to go for a bit more of a race setup to look after the tyres better, but maybe there'll be a dark horse in the race today and a team to look out for. We'll have to find out when the lights go out. But yeah, those are the top speeds. Now, unfortunately, guys, because of Sergio Perez crashing in FP2 towards the end of the session, a lot of teams did not get in their long runs when they were, of course, desperate to. And it really skewed those long runs in the final 20 minutes or 15 minutes of FP2. Plus, with this weekend having the alternate tyre allocation, the teams have less sets of tyres to play with. So, because of that, I decided not to do a table showing who had the best long run pace in FP2 compared to who had the slowest or worst long run pace in FP2, because a lot of the teams they only managed one or two proper laps on heavy fuel, and that is just not enough laps to really know how quick or how slow a team is on heavy fuel. So that's why, unfortunately, I won't be presenting that data to you today. So really, when it comes to, if I just go back quickly to, the top 10 in qualifying, that's why, in terms of thinking, right, who is going to have good race pace today, you're going to have to really think back to, what has been the trend this season. Of course, Red Bull have always been the strongest team in the race. Mercedes, half the time tend to be strong, the other half of the time tend to be kind of meh. Aston Martin are always stronger. McLaren are pretty strong. Ferrari, of course, are quite a bit weaker compared to what they are able to do in qualifying. Haas are the weakest team by far. AlphaTauri not too bad and actually quite good. Alpine are decent, and then you've got Alfa Romeo who are pretty decent as well. But yeah, we're gonna have to really keep that in mind for the race today in terms of thinking, right, who's gonna have good race pace and who isn't gonna have good race pace. But anyway, let's get into my final top 10 race prediction for today's Italian Grand Prix. So I think, no surprise, Max Verstappen will take the victory today and get the 10th win in a row, the record-breaking 10th win in a row for Verstappen. And it would be 15 wins in a row for Red Bull if they were to win today. Just incredible how many wins they've been able to pull off. Of course, that started all the way back at the last race of 2022. And they have just brutalized everyone in 2023 and might completely go perfect in 2023 for race wins. Carlos Sainz, I think, will finish in second, not too far behind Verstappen. 15 seconds is a lot shorter of a gap than we're used to as of late with Max in terms of him winning the race. A lot of the time, I mean, back in Hungary, it was like 34 seconds. At Spa, it was 22, 23 seconds to his teammate, and then about 40 seconds, I think, to the nearest non-Red Bull car. So that would be quite a short gap compared to what we're used to. So yeah, Carlos Sainz, I think, will finish in second. He's been quicker than Leclerc this weekend, who will end up a few seconds behind in third. Sergio Perez, a few seconds behind in fourth. George Russell, I'm going to go in fifth, just about hanging on ahead of the Williams of Alex Albon. That will be a very interesting fight. And if the Williams can get within a second, given the straight line speed difference, Russell is going to have to drive at his absolute peak to have a chance of staying ahead of the Williams. And so far this weekend, it looks like Russell is driving at his absolute best. Lewis Hamilton, I think, will beat Oscar Piastri and just about finish in 7th place. With Piastri 8th, Norris 9th, and Fernando Alonso should finish in P10. So that's my top 10. Let me know, guys, in the chat, what's your, say, top 3, top 5 for the race today? And I'll make sure to read out your predictions as we go along. Let me just get the timer back on screen quickly. As we have got about an hour and a half, there you go, hour and 29 minutes, until the race starts at Monza. Another thing I forgot to say today is, unfortunately, my co-commentator Niblo will not be joining me today because he's feeling a bit worse for wear physically. So, yeah, it'll just be me today. And yeah, he should be back for the next race in Singapore in 2 weeks. And of course, then a week after that is Japan, where he'll definitely be on for that because it's a really good time for him, that race. I'll be starting, mid-afternoon for him, that particular Grand Prix. So, yeah, he'll definitely, I think, be back on for the next couple races where we go back to Asia. But before we get into the teams in a bit more depth as to, how their race, I think, will play out, and also get into strategically what I think certain teams should do, when it comes to strategy, let's get into what Pirelli have said is the fastest race strategy for today. Let me just quickly get Pirelli up on Twitter so I can just read to you guys what their predicted race strategy is. And right, so no surprise, according to Pirelli, the quickest race strategy is a one-stop strategy. The quickest one they say is to start on the medium and then go on to a set of hard tyres, pitting from the medium onto the hard between lap 20 and 26. Or they do say you could start on the soft tyre and then pit between lap 14 and 20 and then go onto a set of hard compound tyres. And then just looking at who has what sets of tyres, out of the top 10 runners, nobody has a set of soft compound tyres, so I don't think you'll see anyone in the top 10 using soft tyres. You've got both Mercedes have a new set of medium tyres, but they don't have any new set of hard tyres. But I mean, I'm pretty sure one of their used sets of hard tyres have probably only just done a couple laps, so won't really make a difference, and at least it would have had a heat cycle. Ferrari have got one new set of mediums and hard, same for Red Bull. McLaren have got no new hard tyres, but they've got one set of mediums. Alex Albon has got no new tyres at all. All of his tyres that he's going into with the race that he could use are used tyres. So that will be a slight disadvantage for him. Fernando Alonso has one new set of mediums and no new sets of hard or soft compound tyres. And yeah, that's who has what sets. But in terms of strategy, yeah, my expectation is, even though the tyres this weekend are the softest in the Pirelli range, what I think will happen is not everyone, but 85%, say, maybe 90% of the drivers will start on the medium tyres, and then everyone who starts on the mediums really should be pitting between lap 20 and 30. And like Pirelli said, between lap 20 and 26 is probably the most ideal area of the race to pit. If you start on the hard compound tyre, though, you're probably going to be wanting to go until lap 32, lap 33, maybe lap 35 at the latest. But yeah, I can't imagine you'll be going really any later than that, because you do want to give yourself enough time to catch the cars on not slower tyres, but older tyres. If you then switch onto the softer and fresher mediums, And I definitely could see that strategy today. People starting on the hard and then going on to the medium to finish up. So yeah, that's the race strategy for today. And like I said, 85-90% of the drivers I expect be on mediums. I don't see, well, this team on screen, Alpine, I could see them going for soft compound tyres because really they've got nothing to lose. Maybe Lance Stroll will go for a set of soft tyres. We know Aston Martin do look after their tyres well, so they're not going to necessarily suffer from that as badly as other teams would. So, yeah, maybe you get 2 or 3 out there who go for the soft tyres purely because they've got nothing to lose. But, yeah, it should be really medium tyres to start with. The hard tyres will get used, no doubt, the most in the race. Let's go into the teams. And we will start with Red Bull Racing. For Max Verstappen, yeah, a record is lying ahead of him. And the chances of him breaking that record are probably 90%, I would say, for Max Verstappen. And, of course, Red Bull getting their 15th win in a row. Yeah, 90% chance I'd give that for happening. I mean, of course, if Max can pass Carlos on track, that would be great. If we ideally pass him into turn 1, that would be fantastic for his race. But if we can't pass him on track because the Ferrari is simply too quick down the straights, as we saw from the speed traps in qualifying, Ferrari have got a 5 km/h advantage over the Red Bull. So it's not going to be easy to pass a Ferrari down the straights. They're going to have lots of speed on the exit of the corners before those straights to get the job done. But yeah, I think somehow, some way, Max Verstappen will pass Carlos Sainz, whether it's at the start, on track with an overtake, probably down the pit straight, or into, the second chicane, the Rosier chicane. Or they'll get it done through the pit stop phase where, let's say Ferrari is still in the lead by the time we get to the only round of pit stops. What Red Bull will probably do is run Max, say, a few laps longer than Carlos Sainz so that he can have fresh tyres to attack even harder the Ferrari and then probably then get the job done. I would be very surprised if Ferrari won today. It's not, Ferrari, they do have a chance of winning. I do want to clarify that. I don't think Ferrari's chances are literally 0, but it's a very small chance given how ominous Red Bull are and how unbelievably good their car is, and operationally how great their team is. Sergio Perez starting in P5, of course, that is a poor result for him. He should have been really in 4th place, which would have set him up nicely for the race to maybe launch an attack for his first podium at Monza in 11 years. I was very surprised to hear that stat because he's usually been a consistent point scorer here, but I didn't know it was so long until his last podium. Obviously, that weekend for Sauber. That drive, by the way, back in 2012, what a drive. One of the drives of the season where he started back in 15th place in the Sauber and came through second and was only, I think, 3 or 4 seconds away from winning the race. So, yeah, what a drive that day. I think Perez does pass Russell it should be pretty easy because the Red Bull is just quicker in all areas. Obviously, straight line speed, we just saw the data to prove that. But as we know, through the corners, the Red Bull quite a bit stronger. So Perez at some point should overtake George Russell. But because of how quick Ferrari have been this weekend, plus how good their straight line speed is compared to Red Bull, I just don't think Perez is going to be able to catch quick enough to actually launch an attack for the podium and make it a double podium for the Red Bull team. And really, qualifying is what cost him. Because if he was in 4th place, I would give him probably a 50-50 chance of a podium. But starting 5th, having Russell in the way, it's just, it really hinders, I think, his afternoon. And really, Perez has got to get past Russell immediately. He cannot afford for Russell to stay ahead of him because I expect the top 3 to pull away pretty quickly, at least to start with, from the Mercedes of Russell. So, yeah, Perez Difficult race today for him, but I think he'll end up in P4 with Max Verstappen winning and Red Bull continuing their perfect 2023 and Max breaking the record for most wins in a row. Let's touch on Mercedes-Benz, though, of course, second in the championship. George Russell, what a lap to get 4th place. Again, with how slow they were down the straights, by far the slowest team in the speed traps, yet Russell, nearly 4/10 only off of pole position when it should have been quite a bit more. Mercedes' pace in general, I am quite impressed by, because Hamilton was only 1/10.5 slower than Russell. So, encouraging from Mercedes, despite their lack of straight line speed. Russell starting in P4. Realistically, I think Russell ends up in, fighting really at best for 5th place. I just don't see the Mercedes being able to hang with the Red Bull and Ferrari cars today because of that lack of straight line speed. And Perez behind Russell should be stronger today. So really, Russell's not aim, but his fight today is with the Williams of Alex Albon, and maybe his teammate Lewis Hamilton if Hamilton can make progress from 8th. But yeah, Russell versus Albon for 5th is going to be a very good fight and a very close fight. And if Russell is not at his best today, Albon will have him, no doubt about that. But given how Russell has been pretty good this weekend, he was looking at least stronger than his teammate in practice. I wouldn't say he was necessarily strong in practice 2 on Friday. And in qualifying, outdid Hamilton. If he can keep up that level of performance from yesterday and just keep up the level of performance he's shown this weekend, I think Russell just about hangs on to 5th place out of the Williams of Alex Albon. For Lewis Hamilton, and of course the other Mercedes, I am curious to see what Mercedes will do on strategy with him. Either, what I think they maybe should do is either start him on the medium, like they probably will with Russell, but just run Hamilton a bit longer into the race before he pits, so he has a bit fresher tyres for the second half of the race. Or will they decide to start Hamilton on the hard compound tyre? Most likely not, but I wouldn't be surprised necessarily if they tried that. They have tried going for an alternate tyre on the grid, Mercedes, before. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. So we'll see whether it can work for Hamilton or Russell if they do go for that. But I would try with Hamilton and go for a slightly different strategy, because 8th on the grid, of course, is not where Hamilton and Mercedes want to be. And it's not Mercedes' given where Russell was, they really should be getting both cars in the top, probably 6, 7 on the grid. So, there's definitely more to be got out of Lewis Hamilton's car. So, like I said, I would go for a slightly different strategy, and maybe Mercedes will just get Hamilton on a longer first stint, and then make sure he has fresher tyres for the second half of the race to then try and attack maybe Piastri, Norris, Albon, whoever is ahead of him to attack. But my prediction is 5th and 7th, which is not that bad, to be honest. I mean, that's 16 points. That's about what I would have expected at best for them anyway. So, I can't really complain with that if that's what they end up with. And of course, they are, 40 points clear of Aston Martin. So that would be a good result and would pull them healthily clear of the Aston Martin team going into the final 8 races of the season after this weekend. Aston Martin, for Fernando Alonso in this race, I think he just needs to make sure he doesn't get into any drama at the start, and then after that just hang on for dear life, basically. He's not quick enough to fight any of the cars ahead of him, not because of his own pace, but the Aston Martin just isn't quick at all this weekend. So yeah, as long as he finishes in the points and doesn't finish behind any of the, AlphaTauri, Haas, Alpine, Alfa Romeo cars, then yeah, it's a good result. For Lance Stroll though, yeah, horrendous, absolutely horrendous. 20th and last, and nearly a second and a half slower than his teammate. That is pathetic from Lance. We've heard rumours that Lance might quit racing and start playing tennis. Maybe that's behind why he's been so poor this season. Maybe he's not quite as motivated as he used to be. Maybe he's not as interested in driving as he used to be. If that's the case, then he best pop off to go play tennis, because it's just a waste of a seat if he's not fully motivated and fully into it like everyone else is in Formula 1. But yeah, I don't really see what Stroll can do from P20. I think he will make progress, but it will be probably 3 to 4 positions at best. If I was Aston Martin, I would probably just start him on the soft compound tyre. Just try and, get him way higher up the grid in the first lap or two than, you originally would have expected him, to go up the field. And then if they did start him on the soft tyre, if they can try and get him to, say, lap 20, then they could probably put him on a set of mediums and then just finish the race on that set. Or maybe go for the hard tyres. We'll see. Maybe that can get him into the race. But yeah, Stroll has absolutely no chance of finishing in the points. And yeah, Aston Martin are heading probably, if the 9 cars ahead of Alonso do finish the race without any proper trouble, Aston Martin heading for a point at best. Let's now go on to, though, the Ferrari team. Pole position for Carlos Sainz. Leclerc in third. Ferrari having a brilliant qualifying, you have to say. The front row in the end wasn't quite possible because of just how quick Red Bull and Max Verstappen were. But yeah, they did get what was really the potential result for them. And I said after practice that they absolutely could get pole position. And they proved with Carlos Sainz that they could. Great day yesterday. Was great to see Carlos Sainz, getting pole. I am very happy for him. Because I do, even though I've not really rated his season so far, I do like him as a driver quite a lot. I've always liked Carlos Sainz ever since he came into Formula 1. I've always had a soft spot for him. There's, other drivers who I've had a soft spot for, like Sergio Perez and people like Sainz. The reason I have a soft spot for them is because I think a lot of the time in their careers, they've gone under the radar and really unnoticed for their, solid, if not great performances at times in previous seasons or even certain races at the moment. And yeah, Carlos Sainz, great effort from him. Great to see him on pole. And starting the Italian Grand Prix on pole for the first time in his career. And what pressure it is going to be heading into turn 1. First, to get the car off the line properly and not lose the lead immediately to his ex-teammate from Toro Rosso, Max Verstappen. But to make sure he doesn't have any incidents into turn 1. That will be crucial for Sainz. And I at least hope he can just get away cleanly and, at least, to make it the race more interesting, lead the pack on the first lap. And then we'll see, of course, what happens after that. But yeah, Carlos's performance this weekend has been absolutely fantastic. What can Ferrari do to win today? There's only 2 things I can think of they can do that might allow them to win. One, if Leclerc gets up to second, making it a Ferrari 1-2, then they can drive strategically to try and manage the race and keep Max at bay, and Leclerc then can probably, for the team, keep Max at bay and allow Sainz to build not a massive gap, but just a gap to keep himself safe from Verstappen. That's one thing that could help. Still, though, in the end, maybe Verstappen still wins. The only other thing I can think of is maybe doing something incredible on strategy, but I can't think of what they could possibly do on strategy to really upset the odds. I think the only thing they could do is really just hope for a well-timed virtual safety car or safety car with them pitting at the exact right time compared to Verstappen and Red Bull to benefit from that. If that, doesn't present itself, that opportunity, then yeah, I really don't see how they win. We know there are issues when it comes to matching the pace we see relative to the other teams from qualifying. They just are unable to do so, and fundamentally they just wear their tyres out more than the other teams do. So yeah, I don't think they're going to win today. Chances are quite small of that. Second and third, though, that would be a great result for them. 33 points. That is a lot of points, to which Ferrari, they haven't scored 30-plus points in quite a while. I think the last time was, Austria, where they scored 30 points? And before that, I'm not sure what race you'd have to go back to. Maybe the last race of 2022. It's been, it's not a thing that happens regularly for the Ferrari team. But of course, with them fourth in the championship, only 14 points behind Aston Martin, a double podium is what is at the very least required from the Ferrari team to overtake Aston Martin, and with them 54 points behind Mercedes, close the gap to them, because Mercedes do score 16 points in this race today, and Ferrari score 33. That's a gain of 17 points, and that would put Ferrari, 37 points behind Mercedes going into the final 8 races, and make it a bit close for second in the championship. So that would be great for Ferrari. But yeah, winning the race, it would be a miracle. We've seen miracles before there at Monza. Of course, remember back in 1988, the only race McLaren Honda that year did not win was the Italian Grand Prix, and the result of that was Ferrari grabbing an emotional and famous 1-2 with Gerhard Berger and Michele Alboreto. Shortly, that was after the death of Enzo Ferrari. Can they pull off something similar today? It would be great, and honestly, I would prefer that. It'd be so lovely to see. And great to see, of course, another team win in 2023. The last team that were not Red Bull to win a race was Mercedes back in Brazil, back in November last year, which is nearly 12 months ago. So, yeah, we really need that to happen at least very, very soon. Maybe it will happen today. We will find out. Yeah, second and third, I think, for Ferrari. Carlos Sainz should stick ahead of Leclerc, given how he's been consistently quicker than Leclerc all weekend. Charles is not really kind of similar to Hamilton at Mercedes. Not quite at one with the car, and the balance he's not as happy with as Carlos is, as we have seen quite a bit in 2023. So yeah, second and third for Ferrari, which would be realistically the best result they could possibly get. And let's now go on to the final front-running team of McLaren. Brilliant lap by Oscar Piastri, P7 on the grid, and out-qualifying Lando Norris for the second time in the last 3 races. Yeah, great from him. Not too far behind Albon, Perez and Russell in qualifying. But McLaren were disappointing overall, because after Friday practice, McLaren looked like they were definitely one of the top 3 quickest teams, but they just didn't deliver that yesterday. They were close to delivering that. They weren't, again, that far away from the Mercedes of Russell, but in the end, when all the chips were laid down, they just didn't show that performance. So, yeah, disappointing in the end. Lando Norris, even though, yeah, Piastri is a very good driver, no doubt about that, I think Lando being 0.2 of a second away is in qualifying definitely indicates that he had an off day yesterday and wasn't quite at his best, because normally the gap between the two is a bit closer than that. So, yeah. Norris in 9th, Piastri 7th. I think Lewis Hamilton will pass the McLaren and Piastri, because I do think the Mercedes is faster, and Lewis Hamilton, we know, will probably be a bit stronger today than he was yesterday for Mercedes. So, yeah, I think Hamilton just about beats Piastri to P7, but it will be a very close fight. Piastri finishing in 8th in my view, with Lando Norris not too far behind in P9. 8th and 9th for McLaren. It's not great, only 6 points, but given that that this is going to be their weakest race remaining on the calendar, I mean, I don't think they're really capable of much more, so it wouldn't be that bad of a result. And of course, they are very much looking forward to the next race in Singapore, where they could legitimately be fighting for pole, if not the race win in Singapore. But now let's go, with just over an hour to go, let's go through the midfield teams. Not too much to say about a lot of them, but let's go through them anyway. Yeah, Alpine, disastrous. They were the slowest team in qualifying. I thought they would be weak this weekend. I didn't think they would be quite as bad as what we saw. 17th and 18th is, yeah, so bad. And it shows you just how bad the Alpine is, because they've got two not great drivers in their car, but two definitely good drivers, quite high up, say, midfield quality level of drivers in Gasly and Ocon, but still could not make it into Q2. So, yeah, Alpine, the only thing they can do strategically is, like I said earlier, start the soft tyre and just try and go for it at the start, to try and make your way into a much higher position in the first few laps than you were expecting, and try and make your race from there. If they can't do that, or if they don't do that, then, yeah, they're probably going to finish around where they've started on the grid. The Williams team, Alex Albon, P6 on the grid. What a qualifying from him. Could have maybe been better from Albon. I think he definitely... well, I haven't heard his interviews, but given how close it was in the end, I think Albon probably thought, or Williams definitely should have thought in the end, that maybe 5th or even 4th was possible, and maybe they should have ended up with 5th or 4th place rather than 6th. But 3rd row of the grid, that is a great result for the Williams team, considering where they are, of course, in the championship. 7th in the championship they are. So, yeah, Alex Albon, I don't see him being overtaken by anyone behind. Williams are genuinely very quick around this track, and the Williams is too quick down the straights, I think, to be overtaken. McLaren and Mercedes, I don't think they've got the car capable of overtaking the Williams down the straights. That's why Albon will finish at worst in 6th. And then you've got George Russell in, who's starting 4th. If indeed Perez proves too strong for Russell, then yeah, the main fight will be, the most exciting fight, I think, in the race today will be Russell versus Albon for 5th place. Of course, both great friends. And yeah, should be a really good fight today between those two. And I think Albon will be super close to Russell, but because Russell is driving so well this weekend, I think Russell just about hangs on to 5th. But if Albon finishes 5th ahead of Russell, I would not be surprised whatsoever, because again, that Williams is so much faster down the straights this weekend compared to the Mercedes. For Logan Sargent, he just needs to try do a damage limitation drive, really, because, yeah, 15th is a very poor result from him. He should have been getting into Q3, given how quick Williams were in qualifying, given how quick they are generally this weekend. It's annoying with Sargent, because he was actually decent in practice in terms of his gap to Albon, but then just putting a stinker in qualifying. His final lap in Q2, he didn't do a personal best. And yet, in the end, was a real horrendous drive from the American. And like I said earlier, I think Williams, they need to start looking for a replacement because they need, ideally, what what Alpine have got, two reliable enough drivers who can score points rather than just relying on a single driver of Alex Albon when the car clearly has a lot of performance there to be used. So, yeah, we'll see what Sargent can do. At least I hope he can make progress. If he finishes any worse than 15th, that would be even worse than what we saw from him in qualifying in terms of just his own driving, never mind the actual result itself. But yeah, Alex Albon finishing 6th, that would be 8 points for Williams, and put them, of course, 8 points closer to Alpine. The gap between Williams and Alpine is, in the championship, how many points? I think Alpine are on 73 points, so I think the gap is 58 points, so the gap would go down to 50 points. And given how quick Williams have been as of late, and how they will be likely still quite fast for the rest of the year, that fight for 6th in the championship, guys, it's definitely not over. Definitely not over, especially if this man on screen keeps up his brilliant, consistent performances. And let's just whiz through the final 3 teams. Haas F1, Nico Hulkenberg maybe could have done better than 13th, but was never getting into the top 10 because Haas just don't have the pace to get into the top 10. Haas, we know, will be the slowest team. Obviously, poor effort from Kevin Magnussen, 19th on the grid. But yeah, Haas have absolutely no chance of points. Similar to Alfa Romeo. Very good car livery, by the way. Special livery they've got. I actually think this should be their permanent livery. It looks that good. But yeah, they have the second slowest car this weekend, and they are not going to be capable of anything, unfortunately. And then you've got last in the championship, but definitely not last on the grid this weekend, AlphaTauri, 11th and 12th in qualifying. Liam Lawson, what a job by him to get P12 and only be a 10th and a half away from Tsunoda. And if, like I said earlier, if anything happens to those front-running teams in the race today, AlphaTauri, they are right there to capitalise on any mistakes, mechanical issues, whatever you want to call it, in the race today. So yeah, watch out for AlphaTauri. And I will be interested to see how close they can be to Fernando Alonso in the race, because Alonso in P10, we know the Aston Martin is not super quick. It should be theoretically quicker in the race today than than it was in qualifying, as it normally, the Aston Martin car is quicker on a race day compared to a qualifying day. But yeah, with AlphaTauri, I'd be interested to see if they could maybe just hover 2-3 seconds away and maybe contend for that final point with Aston Martin. That is something to look out for. But really, getting into 11th and 12th has been great enough from the AlphaTauri team. And if they, finish in 11th and 12th place, that would be a great result. Very interested to see what Liam Lawson can do over the course of the race. And if Lawson can beat Tsunoda on pure pace today, that is a brilliant performance that definitely gets him in possibly a position to be on the grid permanently in 2024. But guys, those are all the teams. Back to these pictures, and we've got just under 1 hour to go until the Italian Grand Prix at Monza. It is a beautiful hot day at Monza. No threat of rain, of course, as there normally is. And yeah, very much looking forward to this one. It's not going to be, one of the most boring races of the season. I think definitely not. But again, it's not going to be necessarily a classic. But let's hope we get something a bit better than I expect. But for the next, really, 55 minutes until we get to the start of the Grand Prix, I want to hear from you guys in the live chat. let me know your top 3 or top 5 race prediction. Make sure to keep voting in that poll at the top of the live chat. And just in general, let me know what you think is going to happen in the race today for all the teams, all the drivers, etc. And I'll get through all of your comments, or most of your comments, before we get into the race itself. Also, probably in about 25-30 minutes, I'll make sure to post the link of the stream out again. So, yeah, I'll try and remember that. One thing I do want to say quickly, though, is if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix. And, of course, at the next race in Singapore, in 2 weeks, we'll be doing the same watch-along for qualifying and the race. And, of course, remember, I will be going live tomorrow, guys, for a weekend review of the 2023 Italian Grand Prix at 8 PM UK time. And then, next Sunday, where there isn't a race, I will still be doing a live stream at 3 PM UK time next Sunday. Topic is not decided yet. It's really just dependent on what happens in the race today. But, yeah, I will announce what the topic of that stream will be. Probably on or during my Monday stream. So, yeah, that's what I'll do there. But, yeah, those are the next 2 pieces of content coming up on the channel. And as well, for everybody watching, make sure to smash the like button. Currently on 34 likes, 140 watching. I'm sure we can get more likes than that. So let's try, if we can, in the next half an hour to get up to, say, 50 likes overall. Around 50 likes. That would be great if we could do so. But before I read out your comments, let me just quickly have something to drink, and then we'll get into what you guys have to say. Yeah, I'll just mute myself quickly for a few seconds, and then I'll be back with you guys in a second. Right, let's have a look what you guys are up to. Hello to all of you, by the way. Hope you're all well. Mickey says, I think the starting grid should make for a mad first lap at least. I wouldn't say a mad first lap. It's not quite the most mental starting grid, but yeah. Definitely with, obviously, Ferrari on pole, and there'll be a really good race down to turn 1. I'm expecting definitely maybe some fireworks into the first corner. Of course, the run into turn 1 here at Monza, one of the longest on the calendar. So it is difficult, let's say, to maintain the lead into turn 1. Similar to how it is, say, at the Circuit de Catalunya in Spain. Will there be a lot of tyre deg? Maybe a bit more than normal here at Monza, but not enough for a 2-stop race. So yeah, not expecting anything, anything over the top, let's say. Benjamino says Ferrari double DNF by the end of the first lap. That, and I'm not wishing it, but that would be funny, given their usual antics. Mickey says, I wouldn't bet on Ferrari not to mess a pit stop up. I just think their drivers will race each other too hard. Carlos and Charles pulling a Lewis Nico. I don't think that's going to happen. They're not the type of drivers really to do that. Mickey says Lawson will get top 10 finish. That would be something quite incredible if that was to happen. I can see Neb was in the chat earlier. Hopefully he's all right. Mickey, do you think the Mercs will be sitting ducks on the straight today? Not necessarily, because, I mean, as you saw with the sector times, clearly through the corners, they're pretty quick. So, if they can be quick enough through the corners, then I don't think necessarily to be a sitting duck. If there's a safety car, though, and we have a restart, obviously, like a rolling start, of course, like we normally have after a safety car, then in that situation, yeah, they would be a sitting duck. But again, if they can be quick enough through the corners, then might just get away with it. We'll have to see really in the race. Josiah, yeah, kind of saying what I pretty much said. They won't be sitting ducks, but they won't be passing anyone either. Let's put it that way. Yeah, pretty much. Mickey says Max first, Russell second, Albon third. What a top three that would be. And Nib saying earlier that he saw Marco say that they set the car up for the race, and yeah, it's again, when you look at the speed trap data earlier and them 5 kilometers an hour slower than Ferrari, it's pretty obvious to see that, yeah, they've decided just to put some wing on and put the race setup on and just worry about that. And that's the luxury Red Bull have, because they've got the best car on the grid. They're able to do that. They're able to put more wing on at a circuit where, you know, everyone theoretically should be running as lower wings as possible. Or even when, you know, you're at a particular Grand Prix, like, say, a Silverstone or a Suzuka, where it's high speed and there are lots of straights or long on-throttle sections, but the other part of the track is, you know, you've got quite a few corners as well. Around those tracks, they also have that advantage of being able to put on a bit more wing than they probably would do normally, and then it benefits them a lot in the race. Menace won the GOAT says, what did he just say? Hope Leclerc puts Max over the curb like he did Lewis in 2019. Yeah, that was certainly a close moment. Celebrity Olympic, what about a Max DNF? The last time Max had a DNF was the 2022 Australian Grand Prix. And that was, what, year and a half ago? So, I mean, Red Bull, I think I talked about it on Thursday on my weekend preview. Red Bull have not had a DNF since, what was it, Austria last year. 14 months without a DNF. Their reliability is literally perfect. So, yeah, that would be not even an enormous, a cataclysmic-sized surprise if they were to not finish the race. Aline says Verstappen, Albon, Sainz, Leclerc, Perez. Inside 404 says we love Perez. Milky says Verstappen, Sainz, Leclerc. Celebrity Olympic says Verstappen, Leclerc. And then, well, no, it says Verstappen / Leclerc first, and then Leclerc / Verstappen second. So basically, they're undecided about who's going to be first and second, and then Sainz third, and then Russell or Perez in fourth. As I just seen, really bad crash at the start of the MotoGP race. I think one of the drivers had their leg run over after falling off. So, riders, not drivers, you know what I mean? So that's not good. Hopefully he's not in serious condition. Hello to Kiefer, by the way. Marco Catania says Williams should replace Sargent with Drugovich. I disagree with that. Maybe Drugovich would be better. You know, people can have that argument. Or have that debate. I think definitely it's a debate worth having. if you look at Formula 2 last season, if I just get up the standings, just to look at the points difference and all of that. Felipe Drugovich, of course, won the F2 title and ended up very far clear of Logan Sargent. 118 points clear. And Logan was... Who was Logan racing for in Formula 2? Logan was racing for... Can I find it? He was racing for Carlin alongside Liam Lawson and what do you call it? Drugovich was racing at MP Motorsport. So even though the cars are equal, of course, there is still a hierarchy of teams in F2 in terms of there are teams that get the best out of the car, plus their operation is better, and that's why it's the two best teams, for example, in F2 are the Prema and ART team. Those are the two teams that really drivers want to be racing for because they're the two top teams in Formula 2. They're always the best operationally and, again, getting the best out of their car. So, it's not like Felipe Drugovich has benefited from just being with a operationally really strong team compared to Logan. And yeah, ended up over 100 points clear. So, yeah, I mean, I think Drugovich is probably better than Logan Sargent. I don't think, if you're over 100 points clear of someone in Formula 2, I don't think you could sit there and say that the driver, behind is still better. I don't think you could sit there and say that, really. I don't think it would really make any sense. But is Felipe Drugovich the best option to replace Logan Sargent? I don't think he is. I think probably it is Mick Schumacher, realistically, at the minute. Mick Schumacher, of course, raced last year for Haas. He's currently Mercedes' reserve driver, doing lots of great work for Mercedes in a simulator. And, of course, he won the F2 title in 2020. And, you had drivers on the grid in 2020, like Yuki Tsunoda. And Mick ended up, 15 points clear of Tsunoda. And Mick was racing for Prema. And Tsunoda was racing for... who was he racing for? Carlin. So Mick definitely had, in terms of a team advantage, an advantage, a slight advantage there, very slight advantage. But point is, I think Mick Schumacher is probably better than Felipe Drugovich. There's not a massive difference probably between the two, but yeah, I think Alex Albon and Mick Schumacher as a driver lineup is definitely a lot stronger than what they have now. But if they can't get Mick Schumacher, then yeah, why not? Why not go for Felipe Drugovich? He is Formula 2 champion for 2022. He is a good driver. I think people do hate on him a bit too much, to be honest. Even though, yeah, he did get a bit lucky at times in 2022 compared to his main rival, Teo Borchia. He was brilliantly consistent, or brilliantly consistent, not inconsistent, sorry, was Felipe. So, if he is the best option available, if they were to replace Sargent, then I think, yeah, go for it. Go for it, absolutely. But, like I said, best option, I think, is Mick Schumacher. And plus, Mick vitally has F1 experience. Right. Celebrity Olympics is like Perez too, but unfortunately has to adjust to Mr. became the very thing he swore to destroy Verstappen. Yeah, I think people are Because Perez, he's not consistently getting the results he should each weekend, given how the Red Bull pace is every single weekend compared to the rest. I think people are really going overboard with their criticism of Perez. We have to remember, Sergio Perez, nobody has ever claimed, at least I've never claimed, that he's he's not one of the top drivers in Formula One. He wasn't employed to be fighting Max Verstappen. He was employed to be a consistent, reliable number 2 driver, and that is exactly what he is. Now, has there been races this season where he's not? Hold on a second. Liam Lawson on his way to the grid, saying my left mirror's come loose. It's disconnected from the frame, and yeah, you can clearly see that on the broadcast. His left mirror, clearly moving around too much. Yeah, has there been races this season where he's not been finishing the positions at least where he should be? Absolutely. No doubt about it. But there's also been races where he has done exactly what's been asked of him. A couple races ago at Spa, he did exactly what was asked of him. For the first 5 races of the season, except for the race in Australia, he was very good. But then, obviously, had a dip. It's more so getting back to form in the last couple races. And if he can end the season the way he started it, then I think overall he's had a okay season. Not his best season. His best season probably, you'd have to say, was last year. But again, Sergio Perez was not employed by Red Bull to be fighting championships with Max Verstappen. He was employed to be, again, consistent, reliable, number 2 driver. And that's what he is. That's what he's done so well since he became Max's teammate in 2021. And unless Perez ends the season, really terribly, then he probably will be at Red Bull next year and the year after. Ruxfoot says for his prediction, Verstappen, Perez, Sainz, Russell, Albon, and then says, could swap Leclerc with Sainz in that prediction? Something bad/dumb will happen to at least one Ferrari, yeah. Definitely not that unlikely for, something stupid to happen at the Scuderia. Kiefer says, can Max not race at Singapore? Want to see a Hamilton versus Alonso or Alonso versus Hamilton there? Yeah, that'd be great. But, I mean, I think even though Red Bull theoretically should be, obviously very quick, if not the quickest team in Singapore, I think McLaren might just be able to, get pole position in Singapore. So, yeah, I don't think Max is just going to dominate that race weekend. Brabamore says, probably could argue the consistent bit as lol with Perez. Yeah, that's the only issue, is this season he's been inconsistent. But, if he's performing to the level that he did in 2022, there's no reason to replace him literally ever. Right, let's find a couple more comments. Nib saying, don't talk dirty like that, Chaz. Celebrity Olympics says they should really fire away from Ferrari. I don't know why that deadass is still there. He's not on the pit wall, by the way, anymore. He's not the... he doesn't even work in race strategy at Ferrari anymore. He actually works back at the factory. Does Rueda. They replaced him with Ravin Jain in that role. And Ferrari still haven't been amazing on race strategy, but they've been so much better. So much better than they were before. So they've made clear improvements in that area, which we've been calling for the last 7 years. Thankfully, they made it. Only took, 3 months of Fred's reign at Ferrari for him to see that, yeah, that was a a change that needed to happen. And overall, it's still too early really to say how Fred Vasseur has done as Ferrari team boss, but overall I think he's done decent so far. Really, we need to wait and see next season with whatever car they produce. That'll really be what tells us about Fred Vasseur's reign so far, because you have to remember this year's Ferrari car, it was designed and influenced by the Binotto era, and really Binotto himself. So there's nothing he can do in regards to that. And Ferrari, thankfully, have said that they will be completely redesigning next year's car compared to the way they've designed this year's car. Let me see if I can find any more comments here. But how long have we got? What, 33 minutes? I think I'll just take a break from reading comments out. Make sure to keep them coming, by the way. Want to hear from you guys who what do you call it? Want to hear from you guys as to who you think is going to win the race, end up on the podium, all of that. Right. Yeah, let me just post the link of the stream out on my community tab and also on Twitter, and then we'll get back to you guys in the live chat. Right, so come join us here to watch along the Italian GP at Monza with Ferrari on pole. And I'll just quickly throw it out on Twitter. What do you call it? Yeah. We're what, 30, 31, 32 minutes away from the start of the race. Just saw a piece there that Sky F1 just did with Damon Hill interviewing Piero Ferrari, who I believe is the son of Enzo. Still going? Is Piero? And maybe he'll witness another Ferrari win at Monza. Right. Just see on the broadcast, there is the team principal of Ferrari, Fred Vasseur. Just talking to one of his engineers next to Charles Leclerc's car. Right. Come join us here to watch along the Italian GP at Monza with Ferrari on pole. And I think Martin Brundle is about to do, in a few moments, his grid walk. So see who he encounters. Hopefully everyone he tries to encounter will actually talk to him, because these days not everyone will talk to him. Obviously wrong reasons. But there you go. And yeah, for everybody watching, of course, as I usually say, make sure to smash the like button if you have not already. Currently on 47 likes. Let's try and get up to 50 if we can in the next couple of minutes. As we, just half an hour away from lights out at Monza. As I can see Nico Rosberg on the Sky F1 broadcast. Of course, Nico started this race on pole. Did he? Hold on, actually. Did he start this race on pole? I don't think he did. No, I don't think he did. Rosberg. I don't think he ever took pole here. I know he won here in 2016. His last ever race at Monza. Brilliant drive from him where he beat Hamilton comfortably on his way to his only world title. But yeah, I can see Ferrari crowd getting packed in now around the Curva Alboreto, which of course is the new name of the Parabolica, but spiritually it is still the Parabolica. And it always will be. A bit like in football when they rename a stadium after a sponsor. As you can see, Zach Brown there having a chat to Martin Brundle, and Martin Brundle there having a chat to Gordon Ramsay, who's on the grid. Of course, he's a big Formula One fan. Anyway, let's have a look at what you guys are saying in the chat. Bravomoz says, I think Red Bull should give Seb Max's seat for one race in Singapore. Max v Ham or Hamilton v Alonso. Obviously would be great to see Vettel in Singapore, because that is probably Sebastian's best racetrack in the world. His favourite racetrack. So many unbelievable pole positions. Vettel had how many poles at Singapore? I think it was 5 in the end, wasn't it? Was it 5 or 4? Probably 4. But Vettel, I know, did win 5 times in Singapore. And of course, that was his last win in 2019. Incredible to think that it's been that long. I remember doing a watch-along for that particular race. And it was a Ferrari 1-2 that day. Yeah, it's amazing to think it was already 4 years ago. It feels... 2019 feels like nearly or pretty much 10 years ago to me. Because of not just what's happened in the world, what's happened in my life, but with how much stuff has happened in Formula One since then. It's incredible that it was only 4 years ago. Where Ferrari Nibs says, did somewhat screw Leclerc that day. Yeah, Vettel pitted first and did an undercut on Leclerc, and I think went 4 seconds quicker, which is probably the biggest undercut gain I think of all time in the history of motorsport. Brabhamore says, I'm just trying to work out how Ferrari will stuff this up in the most dramatic way possible. Well, in the past, there has been certain ways they've fucked it up. I'm trying to think of the last time. I mean, 2018, they didn't win the race. I'm not sure necessarily they messed up, though. It was really Sebastian Vettel who messed up, because he was probably more likely to win that day than Raikkonen in the fight with Hamilton, but obviously went spinning, as he did a lot in the last few years of his career. I remember a couple races in the 90s where Ferrari were leading and then ended up here at Monza and ended up retiring. The funniest one was 1995, where with Alesi and Berger, they were first and second. Gerhard Berger then suffered a front right suspension failure. Now, you may think with these curbs at Monza with the chicanes that maybe he just bumped over a curb too hard. No, what happened was the onboard camera from Jean Alesi's car flew off and hit Gerhard Berger's suspension arm and snapped it, and he was out of the race. And then about 10 laps from the end, Jean Alesi's engine gave up. And that's how Johnny Herbert won that race for Benetton. But that was hilarious when I found out that out years ago, when, you know, obviously I've watched so many of those F1 season reviews. But just how funny of a way to lose the win at Monza. Literally one car breaking the other, and then a glorious engine failure with the obviously the famous V12 Ferrari back in 95. If they were to do that today, then I don't think you could get any more peak Ferrari than that. As we're, 25 minutes away from lights out. Kiefer says, I remember when 2019 Singapore, where Hamilton and Vettel deserved the win, given or where Hamilton said Vettel deserved the win, given how hard his 2019 season was and hugged him, showed what a Chad Hamilton was. Yeah, they had thankfully a great relationship in the last few years, which didn't look likely after the 2017 season, after what happened in Baku, where I think they were definitely at each other's throats after that incident. Hamilton obviously was clearly in the right to be pissed off with him, but it was good to see that repairing of that relationship, because that what happened in Baku, it threatened to rumble on forever in terms of the bad feelings between the two. Willafon Gaming says Alesi actually had a wheel bearing failure in 95. Right, that's what it was then. It was either 94 or 95. He had an engine failure, because I think in 94 he was also leading the race or in second place. I think in 94 that Alesi was actually at Monza. Yeah, Alesi was on pole, and then Alesi, what did he do in the race? So he didn't have an engine failure, his gearbox failed. So yeah, I always assumed that his engine failed in the pits. And then 95, with a few laps to go. And wheel bearing failure, 8 laps to go. I can see it now on Wikipedia. But yeah, the Gerhard Berger retirement was just hilarious, as it says on here. The TV camera on Alesi's rear wing flew off and destroyed Berger's suspension. I think that has to be literally a 1 in a billion chance that happening. Can't see Hamilton and Max ever getting to a good place, especially not at the moment, as they're currently going back and forth. Because, and I've seen lots talk about it on Twitter, but Lewis Hamilton came out and said, I don't know what the question was to initiate him maybe to say this, but he came out and said that Max has never had teammates as good as him, which, I mean, is true. Not all of Max's teammates, though, are worse than all of Hamilton's teammates. We have to remember, Lewis did have Heikki Kovalainen as a teammate. No disrespect to Kovalainen. He was a very good driver, but, wasn't on the level of, what Max had in Ricciardo. Wasn't as good as Perez, Sainz, so. But even, with Lewis's teammate of a few years in Valtteri Bottas, as the Ferrari fans going wild at the track, waving their flags. That's thankfully for them not too long now until they get to find out how their team will do. Oscar Piastri there just cooling down in the McLaren garage. Valtteri Bottas, I would say, in terms of 1 lap pace, I would take Valtteri Bottas over Daniel Ricciardo. But in the race, I'm taking Ricciardo every single time over Bottas. And probably overall, I'm taking Ricciardo because, of course, it's better to have someone who is better in race situations than qualifying situations. Because you can be stunningly quick in qualifying as much as you want, but if you have those limitations then in the race, you're only going to be capable of so much. I mean, look at Jarno Trulli, for example. Jarno Trulli had the qualifying speed of a Michael Schumacher. He had the qualifying speed of some of the all-time great drivers. I've even heard people say that they think Jarno Trulli is the greatest qualifier of all time in terms of raw speed. But we saw when the race came around, he would just fall back or have a massive train behind him. That's where the term Trulli train came from. And with Valtteri Bottas, that's basically, I'd say Bottas is better than Trulli, but that's what I would liken Valtteri to the most is Jarno Trulli. Stunningly quick in qualifying, but just not really good enough in a race situation. And a lot more so reliant on the speed the car has in that particular race. And what do you call it? Yeah. Obviously, Lewis said that, and then Max in the press conference yesterday, I think said Lewis was jealous. Which, take from that what you will. But to be honest, who cares that Lewis has had better teammates? Who cares? Doesn't make Max Verstappen a bad driver just because Lewis has had Alonso, Rosberg, Button as teammates. Lewis Hamilton, this is, his first year in Formula 1 was 16 years ago. Max Verstappen is not even 10 years into his Formula 1 career. So, it's not really, there's no real point comparing the two in terms of their careers. The only comparison you can do is how they are right now. And right now, Max Verstappen is the best driver in the world. But in terms of comparing the two over their careers, again, it's too early for that. We need to be waiting another 2 to 3 years. I think, like I said yesterday, once Max gets up to 5 world championships, which is likely to happen by the end of 2025, given how competitive Red Bull are, then we can get into, right, is Max all time, how does he fare against Hamilton and Senna and Schumacher and Lauda and drivers like that? But at the moment, too early to say. Too early to say. Plus, he's what, 25 years old? So, yeah. Nib saying Ricciardo was putting a 2012 Toro Rosso P6 on a grid. Don't tell me you want. Valtillatubby? Is that what you said? In quali over my boy. No, I'm taking Bottas. I'm taking Bottas still because Valtteri, when he was at his peak, which was probably 2019, I think a lot of his performances in qualifying against, Lewis Hamilton, who is factually, and I think everyone would agree, is the best qualifier of all time. A lot of his performances were really strong. I mean, he got pole at Silverstone ahead of Hamilton. He got pole at, I think, Shanghai, Baku, Spain. I remember he out-qualified Hamilton by half a second. And I just think if you compare both Bottas and Ricciardo at their peak, again, over one lap, if you're asking me, who do you want over one lap, get pole, I'm taking Bottas. I'm taking peak Bottas over peak Ricciardo. But again, in a race situation, I'm taking Ricciardo every day of the week. Oh, God. I'm never going on a race Watchalong ever again. This is outrageous. Let's find some other comments here if I can. I remember with Ricciardo, and let me put this straight. Ricciardo over a single lap is a very quick driver and was at his peak. He was a very quick driver, but I don't think was as consistently great as Bottas was. And remember, Daniel Ricciardo, in some of his, for example, his Toro Rosso days, his teammate was Jean-Eric Vergne. Jean-Eric Vergne was a good driver, but, it wasn't, Max Verstappen level of quality. But Ricciardo's, qualifyings in 2012, 2013, yeah, they were special, no doubt about that. But really, the way I view how good of a qualifier someone is it really who their teammate is. And with Bottas, again, in qualifying, I think he did really quite well against Hamilton. Because even at times when he was out qualified by Lewis, the gap wasn't that big. If you look with Ricciardo against Max Verstappen, I think if you look at in the 2 full seasons they had as teammates, I'm pretty sure Max out-qualified Ricciardo by a decent amount. Might be wrong on that, but if I think back to then, I'm pretty sure Verstappen was out-qualifying Daniel. Can't remember what the head-to-head between Ricciardo and Vettel was in 2014. Probably Ricciardo ahead of Vettel, but yeah, over a single lap, like I said, I'm taking Valtteri Bottas. How dare you slander the former Lemiki champion? Yeah. Obviously, there used to be a really big in Formula One. Well, not really big, but there was definitely a section of the Formula One fan base that was really big fans of Jean-Eric Vergne. And I think Jean-Eric Vergne has told the story that he was promised a seat at Red Bull for 2015. And that's why he was so mad in the end that he not only didn't get the seat, but he lost his drive altogether. I mean, to be honest, if you look at Red Bull, especially Helmut Marko is a great guy, but he's not exactly the most reliable person. He's not necessarily going to tell you the full truth all the time. And, situations change. And if you look at 2014 with Toro Rosso, Vergne had a few good races, but he wasn't really that impressive for how highly rated he was. Especially when he was going up against, a 19-year-old Danny Kvyat in his first F1 season. Remember, Kvyat came straight from GP3, which is now F3, into F1. It was very inexperienced. I think Kvyat had a pretty good year. Vergne, it wasn't a bad year, but it wasn't like a super impressive year. And the reason they went with Daniel is because Daniel was, I think, younger, and there was more potential there, and it was the right decision. Vergne still, though, should have stayed in Formula One. He was definitely good enough to be on the grid, but I never bought into the Jean-Eric Vergne hype. Never bought into it. And never... It's similar to when Esteban Ocon came into Formula One. I remember... what was it? What do you call it? In the first year a couple years really that he did with Force India, people rated Ocon so highly. It was, constant talk about he should be driving for Mercedes. He's going to be a top driver one day. He could be. I even remember talk that he is a future world champion, and I was just sat there like, what the fuck are these guys seeing? Because, sometimes he would beat Perez, but Perez ended up in 2017, and I think 2018 as well, beating Ocon. And I think if you look at the 2 seasons combined, Perez ended up beating Ocon, I think, in either points total or the races. And I just thought, how is this guy getting rated this highly when he can't even beat Sergio Perez, who I've always loved, but I've always accepted what Perez is, which is a really solid midfield driver. But yeah, it's again Ocon, another example of someone who was really overrated after his first couple Formula One years, and in the end has proven to be basically what Perez has been. A solid midfield driver, but definitely no more than that. Let me see if I can find Astro Stevo, good to see you, mate, says there was a bit of hype over Stefano Modder, and even Ivan Capelli wants to. Obviously, I'm not old enough to remember that, but I do know, obviously, Capelli did race for Ferrari in 1992, and I think there was quite a bit thought of him. But obviously, I think got dropped halfway through the season, didn't he? Because he was just terrible. And to be fair, Stefano Modena, at his peak, was actually really quite a not great driver, but really quite a very good, say, Formula One driver. I remember, wasn't there a race at Monaco where he started on the front row with Senna? I think in the Tyrrell. It was a Honda-powered Tyrrell, but still, it was a brilliant lap. And I think that year, pretty sure he got on the podium a couple times. So I think the hype with him was maybe not justified, because I'm not sure exactly what the hype was. Whether people were saying maybe he was a world champion type driver, but there was definitely some real positives there. Brothermore says qualifying head to head, Max versus Ricciardo, 21 to Max, 20 to Ricciardo. Is what year is that for? Or is that, hold on, that's for 2017 and 2018, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, that is, it's close. Like I said, Ricciardo, definitely a quick qualifying driver, but I'm still taking Bottas. And we have to remember as well with Max is not at his strongest in qualifying. Max is at his best in the race. So different to, comparing Bottas to Hamilton and Ricciardo to Max, because it's not, Valtteri's going up against Lewis in qualifying when qualifying is Lewis's strongest area. And with Ricciardo and Max, it's, not quite the same. As we are just 8 minutes from lights out at Monza. Let me know, guys, in these final few minutes, if you haven't already, what do you think is going to happen here at Monza? Can Ferrari win their first race in 14 months? Will Red Bull stay perfect in 2023? Will Max Verstappen, of course, get his 10th consecutive record-breaking win? How will Mercedes do? Can they snatch a surprise podium? What will Alex Albon in the Williams be capable of? Let me know in the chat if you haven't already before the end of the build-up. Yeah, we're just moments away. And of course, in the next couple minutes, I will finish up the poll in the chat. We're just, I think, a minute or so away from the F1 intro beginning to play. So let me just read a couple comments. A couple more comments in the chat, and then we'll get into this. Count Blast says, when did Red Bull start fucking over Ricciardo anyway? But good to see you, by the way, Count. Of course, you're a long-time viewer and contributor, of course. Red Bull, they didn't start fucking him over, Ricciardo. Daniel felt rightfully that Red Bull were putting all their horses behind Max Verstappen. And Daniel, rather than be Max's more so number 2 or just a teammate to Max, he felt he had a better chance of being a world champion if he left. And he left, went to Renault, did well there, went to McLaren, won a race, but didn't really do as well as he should have done. And then is, back at AlphaTauri, but of course at the moment is still getting over his broken bone in his hand. But yeah, it was Ricciardo's decision. Red Bull were, I think, very keen on keeping him. Not just because of his performance, but also from a marketing standpoint. It was so great for Red Bull to have Max and Daniel as their 2 drivers because they were so likable. The fans loved them. So, yeah, they were very keen to keep him. But he decided to go for Renault. John Hawkins says Ferrari's strategy will lose them the race is my prediction. It is, of course, likely that something like that will happen. But, right. Thanks for all your comments, guys. Of course, make sure you keep posting your comments because when I can, I will still get to some. We've got time at certain points. But let me just quickly, as the F1 intro now begins to play, finish up the poll in the chat where I asked you guys, what are the chances of Ferrari winning the 2023 Italian Grand Prix today? 300 votes. And you guys think that there is a 25% chance that they will win today. 50% chance was second. 0% was third. 75% was fourth. Thank you guys very much for voting in that poll. But yeah, let's now get into, I think, as it is about that time, a couple final things before beginning the race at Monza. Firstly, the championship standings. Max Verstappen is 138 points clear of Sergio Perez. Of course, his third world title will be officially won very soon. A win here will, of course, help that massively. Fernando Alonso is in third, 33 points behind Sergio Perez. Not a million miles away, but realistically, he's not going to be able to finish there. Lewis Hamilton, only 12 points behind Alonso, with Carlos Sainz in fifth, and he definitely could close the gap a lot to Hamilton and Alonso today if he does win or even finish in second. Charles Leclerc, level on points of Russell in the battle for sixth. Lando Norris in eighth, Lance Stroll ninth, and Pierre Gasly just about in P10 and in the top 10 after his podium in Holland. And then on the constructor side, Red Bull nearly 300 points clear of Mercedes. Aston Martin 40 points behind Mercedes, with Ferrari just 14 points behind the Aston Martin team. And if Ferrari can get a double podium today, then they should take third in the championship. McLaren in P5. Not that far really away from third and fourth, given how quick their car is. They can definitely catch that gap up, but time is definitely running out for them to be able to do so. Alpine are in sixth, Williams in seventh, 4 points clear of Haas in eighth, 2 points clear of Alfa Romeo in ninth, and in 10th, only on 3 points, AlphaTauri. But let's now, guys, go through your starting grid for the Italian Grand Prix. The two ex-teammates from Toro Rosso, Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen, start on the front row. Carlos Sainz, for the first time in his career, on pole at Monza. Second row, it is Charles Leclerc and George Russell, which I believe was the front row of this race last year. On the third row, Sergio Perez and Alex Albon. Of course, Albon replaced at Red Bull by Perez. A lot of motivation for him today to put in a strong showing. On the fourth row, McLaren driver Oscar Piastri and former McLaren driver Lewis Hamilton. And completing the top 10, Lando Norris and Fernando Alonso. Just outside the top 10, Yuki Tsunoda and Liam Lawson for AlphaTauri. It'll be very interesting to see how Lawson does today. 13th and 14th, the two perennial midfield stars of Nico Hülkenberg and Valtteri Bottas. Logan Sargent and Zhou Guanyu, 15th and 16th. Penultimate row of the grid, the two Alpines, Pierre Gasly and Esteban Ocon. And on the back row of the grid, Kevin Magnussen and the Aston Martin of Lance Stroll. And of course, it will be a 53-lap race at Monza. And we are about to get underway for the formation lap. So get ready, guys. As we will find out in a moment, what tyres will they start on? Most likely, like I said about an hour ago, should be the mediums for the drivers. But we will, of course, get a few teams out there just trying to do the opposite. I can see there Max Verstappen is on mediums. What will Ferrari go for? Sainz Patiently waiting for the blankets to be removed. It looks like Carlos is also on a set of mediums. And the Haas there of Magnussen is on the hard tyre. And I think Ocon... no, I thought Ocon was on the hard tyre. Right, so everyone is on the medium compound tyre except for Lewis Hamilton, Valtteri Bottas and Kevin Magnussen, who are on the hard tyres. Interesting that Mercedes have decided, as I thought they might have done, gone for the alternate strategy. Try and boost Hamilton up the field as the formation lap has now begun. So, let me just quickly get that tyre data on screen, and I'll just quickly correct the certain drivers that are actually on the hard tyre. So, Hamilton on the hard, and then you've got Valtteri Bottas on the hard, and Kevin Magnussen on the hard compound tyre. And it should be quite comfortably a one-stop race today, as the front of the field are just coming through the exit of the De La Rosia chicane. And they're just throwing up a stat on screen to say Monza, the circuit, was officially opened on this day, guys, in 1922, 101 years ago. That is how old Monza is. The history is stunning around this place. So many different layouts. Of course, the old banking they used to race on. I've been racing on this very particular layout for 23 years. As weekend attendance of just a tick over 300,000 people. Great to see so many Tifosi at the race, willing on, especially Carlos Sainz, to bring home the most important win for any Ferrari driver, which is the win at Monza, as Sainz warming his tyres up as he quickly comes onto start-finish line. And he's just, in a few moments' time, going to be lining up on the grid. The front half of the field now just coming onto the pit straight. So, another... Yuki Tsunoda has had an engine failure. His car has failed. He's pulled over, and that is going to be an aborted start. They're going to have to clear that car out of the way. And that looks like an engine failure of some sort. And he pulls over, and Yuki Tsunoda, before the race has even begun, such a shame. He was going to start in P11, and he's already out of the Italian Grand Prix. And surely it will be an aborted start, because they're not going to clear that car away in time. And really, they need a virtual safety car type of thing to clear it. So I think we are going to get an aborted start here. We will find out. But Tsunoda now down to the very back of the field and, well, out of the race. And yep, there you go. Race control. Aborted start. Aborted start. So what that means is there'll be another formation lap. So we're now a lap down and a car down. There'll be a 52 lap race. Right, so let me just put it up on screen. But yeah, Yuki Tsunoda is out of the race. And then, Bottas is on the hard tyre. Let me just, hold on. As Leclerc just saying on the radio, the car is not turning really well in the right-hand corners. Is it all good? He asks. And Ferrari respond, on data, everything is fine. And he says, copy good. So, just a weird feeling there for Leclerc. Right. So, yeah, Bottas, of course, is on the hard. And Sargent on the medium. What a shame for Tsunoda. He's had a great weekend. And already out of the race. But they should get that car cleared away before the proper start of the race. As Carlos Sainz on this second formation lap, just coming through the exit of the Ascari chicane. And they've not even got to Tsunoda's car. So this is probably going to be, we're probably going to have another formation lap because they've not even got to his car yet. Very surprised by that. Is there any marshals there? No. I don't get, why has nobody tried to go to the car and get it towed back? Because we can't go racing. And yeah, the vibration there through the camera, and clearly, and I think the fire extinguisher has gone off. So yeah, clearly something failing there. Is the green light on the top of the car? Yeah, it is. So it's not unsafe to touch. So I don't get why the marshals have not gone near the car. And of course, well, I hope they're not just going to leave the car there. That doesn't sit right with me if they're just going to leave the car there at all. As the teams, are they coming back out? What are they doing? Or are they just going back to their garages? I have no idea what's going on, guys. FIA race direction, once again, a fucking joke. Right. So all the cars are lined up. And yeah, I have no idea what's going on here. Absolutely no idea what's going on. I don't even think the FIA know what's going on. I think they're all stood there at the exit of the pit lane. And now there's a... Who's that? On the track. There's now people, there's engineers now coming onto the track. I think there's a couple Red Bull mechanics now coming onto the circuit. But I don't think there's been official word that they're allowed to. And now, are they now coming onto the track? Now that Tsunoda's car is not ready? Like what's going on here? This is an absolute, I'm sorry, this is an absolute shit show here. Why did they not just clear his bloody car away in time? Come on. There's a gap in the wall right there. Just wheel his car back, and now the cars are just sat on the... They're just sat on the track. Overheating to death. What is going on? What is this? This is horrible. Just get them to another formation lap at least. I'm sorry. It's so wrong. So wrong what's going on here. And yeah, there was a couple, I'm pretty sure they were Red Bull mechanics, actually jumped over the pit wall. Yeah, they're right next to the cars. And now, right, so now we've got mechanics coming onto the grid. So it is a proper aborted start. Just such a horribly run organization. And the running of Formula One races is so horrible. No clear messaging. We had no idea what was going on. The car, for some reason, was not cleared earlier when it clearly should have been. The marshals, for some reason, just doing nothing. Yeah, I have no... Why? And what they've done is they put Tsunoda's AlphaTauri on the back of a pickup truck. Why couldn't they have wheeled it back behind the wall? Why did they have to get a truck to pick it up? Wasn't that far from the gap in the wall? They could have just ran to it, put it in neutral, and then, with Tsunoda's help, got it behind the wall. What? Why not? Why not? That's how it would have been done in the past. just such rubbish, honestly. Just absolute rubbish. And now we've got to wait until... This is the thing, guys. We still don't know what's going on. They haven't even said when the race is starting. The race just hasn't started. We have an aborted start, and there's no message as to when the race is going to start. Because now the mechanics are back on. Everyone, all the mechanics are back on the grid, and FIA personnel with tyre blankets on and all that, and we have no idea when the race is actually going to start. It's like, what is going on? What is going on? Come on. This is supposed to be the pinnacle of motorsport. It's fucking a shower of shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry, but it's so frustrating to me. This is supposed to be, again, the pinnacle of motorsport. And it's so horribly run. So apparently there will be another formation lap when they do get going eventually, whenever that is, which we don't know, because the FIA are clueless idiots. Yeah, absolutely no idea about that. Let me look at Chris Medland's tweets. Let's see if he's can make any sense of what the fuck's going on. So the last tweet he did, Chris Medland has said it's a fully aborted start, so all cars back to the grid, and according to Red Bull, there will be a 5-minute delay. There's been a bit more than a 5-minute delay. I think it's gone over 5 minutes now, so yeah. But the thing is, that's according to Red Bull. Why have the FIA not said when or how long the delay will be? And as well, what about those mechanics, or those two mechanics that jumped over the pit wall and came onto the track early? What about that? Again, what the fuck is going on? But at the end of the day, guys, incompetence in life, it runs everywhere, and you can't expect incompetence to make sense. You can't expect incompetent people to be, well, good at anything, really. Yeah. We will get going for this race sometime soon, whenever the fuck that is. Right, so Chris Medland has also tweeted, the AlphaTauri was stuck in gear, so needed a recovery truck to lift it rather than wheel it back into the gap. Right, okay, that makes sense, because I was going to say, why couldn't it have been wheeled back? It's now coming into the pit lane, but the teams get to reset everything on the grid to stop their cars overheating, etc. Great, but again, when are we starting? When does the race start? Still no message when the race starts. Absolutely pathetic. So yeah, the race has not started because of just stupidity, really. The thing is, in terms of them delaying the start and letting the mechanics back on, I haven't got a problem with that. It's just the way they did it. It was so disorganized. Right, formation lap will start at 15:20 local time. That is in 6 minutes time. Thank you, FIA, for clarifying, for letting us know anything of what's going on. The problem is, it was so disorganized. You had two mechanics just stood there on the grid wondering, are we allowed to be on the grid? We've been told we're allowed to. And then you had just the cars just sat there and people just wondering, what's going on? Again, the biggest problem I have with the FIA is they are so poor at communicating with not just the teams, but also the people watching. The most important people when it comes to these types of things. so poor at communication. Like, yeah, we'll just sit here and wonder what's going on whilst you come up with a master plan. Of course, here in Italy, there are. This is the epicenter of master plans. And talking of master plans, Mattia Binotto. Don't know if he's at the Grand Prix this today, but he was. He was at the track a couple days ago that I saw. Yeah. Right, so yeah, and as Rook's saying in the chat, it will be reduced to a 51 lap race. So yeah, 51 laps it'll be. The race itself, if there is no safety car during the race itself, it should be the quickest race of the season. Normally is, because of just how full throttle it is. I think the race, I think last year, even with a safety car for the final few laps, the race was done in an hour and 20 minutes. So, yeah, without a safety car, this race will probably just be just over an hour long if we ever get underway. So, yeah, apologies about the delay, but of course I'm not the cause of it. But I'm pretty sure Yuki Tsunoda won't be allowed to enter the race, which is good, I guess. Liam Lawson's still showing a starting 12th, but we know that, yeah, Tsunoda is out. As now the team's coming back into the pits. Good. And now we could finally get underway. Haas, by the way, the Haas F1 team tweeted that they said a few minutes ago, it's reported that there is a systems issue with the start lights, so the crews are returning to the grid. Even better. Just when you need them to work, they don't. Anyway, formation lap will be underway in about 3 minutes' time. So don't go anywhere, guys. We are not far away from actually starting this race. As well, before we get into the race itself, just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix. So make sure to subscribe and hit the notifications bell for more content like this. And for everyone watching right now, smash that like button. We're currently on 84 likes. Let's try and get up to 100 if we can in the next half an hour. So yeah, let's try and get up to 100 likes if we can. Right, but yeah, the formation lap will begin in just a minute or so. I think I'll just have a quick drink after that foreplay by the FIA teasing us. Of course, these Ferrari fans, don't want to be sat baking in the sun all day, waiting for the race to start. Right. So, hopefully, tie blankets should be off in the next so many seconds. And yeah, I'll let you know, of course, when officially the tie blankets come off and when they actually get underway for the formation lap, which again should be in a moment. And we'll see ultimately how many laps we will have for this race. Yeah, Gasly just looking at his onboard as the tie blankets are about to come off. Of course, Gasly, one race win in Formula One, and it was here 3 years ago. What an emotional day at Monza it was back then. As The tyre blankets come off. The teams, thankfully, off the grid where they belong. And now a formation lap will, in just a second, get underway. As Carlos Sainz, of course, will lead them away from pole position. And there you go. Formation lap underway at Monza. Let's hope it's the last formation lap. As they all pull away. And of course, Yuki Tsunoda, who really caused all of that chaos, he is out already of the race in 20th. And I've put retired. I mean, technically, did he retire from the race? Probably not, but I'm just going to leave it as retired because, you guys know what I mean by that. As the top half of the field have exited the first chicane, Rettifilio. And the front few cars is coming into the Della Roggia. The second chicane where many crazy things have happened in the past. As we're on board with Alex Albon through the chicane there. A reminder of the starting tyres. Everyone is starting on the medium compound tyres except for Lewis Hamilton, Valtteri Bottas and Kevin Magnussen, who are all on the hard compound tyre. As Carlos Sainz now exiting Ascari with Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc just behind him. And Carlos, his nerves definitely will not be that great right now, because of course he's had to line up after a formation lap in P1 twice now. And of course we've had 2 false starts. So yeah, his nerves will be going absolutely through the roof. Because, of course, he's never started on pole here at Monza. He has started on pole before in Formula 1 at famous tracks like Silverstone and Spa. But starting on pole here at Monza as a Ferrari driver is a different kind of pressure. As the field now just coming through Parabolica, or officially Curva Alboreto. Be underway in a few moments. And we'll find out officially in a moment, of course, how many laps officially this race will be. As Carlos Sainz lines up on pole position. Max Verstappen is second. And then Leclerc, of course, in third. As the final half of the field now lining up. Just slowly now. As the 2 Alpines line up. And on the final row, it will be Kevin Magnussen and Lance Stroll. There you go. They're just lining up now. So we had a false start, but now I think we're about to get going for real. Can Ferrari deliver a home win? As we've got 3 lights, 4, 5 lights. And we are underway at Monza, and Carlos Sainz has got a good start. It's not a great one. He says to cover off Max Verstappen down to turn 1. And Verstappen has been kept at bay. Leclerc keeping his car in. There is Russell right there with Leclerc. Can he get past? No, he cannot. As everyone looks like they've gone away in formation, really, as Alonso, I think, has had a great start. He's passed Norris, and I think he is passing Hamilton. As Leclerc and Russell still side by side. Not anymore. Leclerc keeps ahead in third as Alonso has actually dropped back. Yeah, Alonso and actually Hülkenberg looks like he's had a good start. And both, Hülkenberg, I think, into the top 10. It's Sainz, Verstappen, Leclerc, Russell, Perez, and then Piastri, I think it is, in 6th. With Albon in 7th. Let me just quickly update that. And of course, I'll update the rest of the field once we know the proper order. as they're just coming through Ascari now, a bit closer towards the rear of the field. There you go. So yeah, Piastri 6th, Albon 7th, Lando Norris is in 8th, with Lewis Hamilton in 9th, and Nico Hülkenberg, great start, up to 10th. As we're now on lap 2 out of 51. Carlos Sainz leads by 0.8 of a second from Max Verstappen, with Leclerc nearly a second already behind Verstappen. As we've got the Williams there of Alex Albon getting very close to Piastri into turn 1, but nothing doing so far. Of course, DRS will not be enabled for another lap or so. So your top 10 is, as here actually comes Alex Albon on Oscar Piastri. Piastri did say after qualifying they won't be able to fight with the Williams' straight line speed. And right there, Albon round the outside into the Della Rosia chicane. And he's up to 6th. Brilliant from Albano. He's back into the position he started in. And then you have got Lewis Hamilton, by the way, really close behind Lando Norris. I just saw there coming into the first Lesmo. And then you've got, Alonso in 11th, Lawson 12th, Sargent 13th, Bottas 14th, Zhou 15th, Ocon 16th, Gasly 17th, Magnussen 18th, and Lance Stroll in 19th. And Yuki Tsunoda, of course, already out of the race. Let me just update that Hamilton is on the hard tyre. And Norris on the medium, as Hamilton running wide there through Parabolica. He's going to be under pressure possibly into turn 1. As we're on lap 3. Sainz slightly quicker on that lap. Only by a few hundredths maybe just a 10th of a second. Yeah, Hamilton nowhere near the McLaren of Norris, unfortunately. Into turn 1. As the field all getting away just fine. Here's a replay of the start. And yeah, Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen got away. Verstappen's, yes, slightly quicker. And you can see it on the reaction time on the broadcast. Verstappen 0.04 of a second quicker in his reaction. And that's why Carlos had to cover him off. And a very uneventful first lap, I have to say. Sainz covered off Verstappen, and then Max couldn't really get into the slipstream because of where Leclerc was. I think Leclerc was to the inside of Max, so yeah, it was difficult for Max to really position himself in a way that he could get the slipstream and maybe go around the outside of Sainz at turn 1. Is a replay of Gasly. As Sargent there, I think a slight bit of contact with Lawson. And Gasly, contact with his teammate, Ocon. Wheel to wheel, though. As Verstappen, fastest lap of the race now on lap 4. Half a second quicker than Sainz at 25.7. And he is now applying the blowtorch of pressure. As a DRS enabled, and that, of course, is going to help a lot. As we're on lap 4 out of 51. In this fast and very furious race. So Leclerc also within a second of Verstappen. So Verstappen and Leclerc will both have DRS enabled at the minute. Perez is within a second of Russell. Norris within a second of Piastri. Hamilton with about a second behind Norris. Hülkenberg and Alonso. And actually, there is a train behind Oscar Piastri of the rest of the field. Norris, Hamilton, Hülkenberg, Alonso, Lawson, Sargent, Bottas, Zhou, Ocon, Gasly. Lance Stroll has just passed Kevin Magnussen, I've seen. As Verstappen saying on the radio, he's already sliding a bit, so it's all okay. And Red Bull tell Max to be sensible. Yeah, already Ferrari starting to struggle. Of course, Red Bull have set their car up purely for the race, which is why they didn't end up on pole. As we're on lap 5, and Max matching Sainz on lap time that time around. Not close enough to overtake into turn 1, but it's coming. It is coming. He is going to get past him eventually. And once he does, it'll be game over. But Lance Stroll is now 18th. Of course, on the medium compound tyre. The top three, nose to tail for the moment. As, yeah, lap 5 out of 51. And we've got a very good close fight throughout the field from Piastri down. And a proper DRS train, as you see in the junior formula quite a bit. Good to see it, at least in Formula 1. At least so we have cars close to one another. As Verstappen closing in into Ascari. Following very well, I have to say, in the dirty air through Ascari. And now gets a great slipstream. I think Sainz, if Max has a good parabolica here, Max is surely going to overtake him into turn 1. And yeah, I think Max is going to get this done here. He's got a decent exit as we begin lap 6. And surely Verstappen will at least attempt a move for the lead. Here he comes. Sainz defends to the inside and moves to the middle and keeps Max to the outside and eventually pushes him out a bit. All fair. Nice, clean, hard racing between the two. Of course, Max did kind of push Sainz a bit at the start of the race in Spain. So Carlos want to give him a bit of a taste of his own medicine like he did there. We'll just see a replay. So, yeah, Sainz defended to the inside initially, then moved to the middle. Very good defensive driving from Carlos. And then eventually Max had to get out of it because Carlos was not going to leave the room there. As Max says, that was naughty. I don't think he was. Max was not on the racing line, was on the dirtiest side of the track. And Carlos clearly had the line and had better grip, and thankfully Max got out of it. But, you know, there was no pushing off the track or anything. It was hard racing, but it was clean and it was fair. As his engineer telling Sainz, yes, Sainz's engineer telling him, good move. That's clearly what they want from Carlos. As we now are on to lap 7. Max not as close on this occasion, but he's still within a second. And he's got that DRS wide open. But yeah, he's nowhere near close enough. And Leclerc right behind Max. So the front three, nose to tail, separated by about a second. Perez right behind Russell in the fight for 4th. Perez has got to pass Russell soon to join this fight because they need him up there. Alex Albon nearly 3 seconds behind Perez. But thankfully for Williams, they're nearly 2 seconds clear of Piastri and the McLaren, so they're building a nice gap to the cars behind. Piastri has still got Norris about a second behind him. Hamilton, his pace on the hard tyre looks pretty good. He's right within a second of Lando and looks definitely more likely to overtake than Lando does on his teammate, as Hülkenberg has now dropped over a second behind Hamilton and has now got a train behind him of Alonso, Lawson, Sargent, Bottas, Zhou, Ocon, Gasly. As I think the Haas starting to suffer with its tyres, as it usually does. How close is Verstappen on this occasion? Not as close as he was a couple laps ago. And yeah, with the Ferrari being so quick down the straights, Max has got to get a really good exit from the parabolic, and it's got to be really no more than 0.4 of a second behind to be able to overtake into turn 1. That's how hard it's going to be. As Russell defending to the inside against Perez. A late defensive move, but was, again, all fair. But now under pressure is Russell and Perez. Nice and close now as they come up to the second chicane. And Perez right in the slipstream, but just about too far away from being able to go for a move. But Perez, he's got to get past because that Mercedes is not on the same pace. Clearly, you can see that right now. Not the same pace as the Red Bull and Ferrari teams on lap 8. As Fernando Alonso has overtaken Nico Hülkenberg and he's up to 10th. And with Hamilton being held up by the McLarens, maybe Alonso can close the gap there of 2.5 seconds to Hamilton. As Max Verstappen a lot closer now into Parabolica. What kind of exit can he get? Slides a bit wide, but it's a good exit. And here we go. This is the second chance for Max to take the lead at Monza. Carlos Sainz, will he go for the same move again? Yes, he does. He puts his car not on the inside, but the middle of the racetrack. And there was nowhere for Max to go. These cars, you have to remember, very wide. And that's what makes it, well, hard to overtake. As Mercedes telling George, suggest more management, turn 6. Turn 6, and then Russell responds, I don't know if you can see, but I've got a car right up my arse. Proper British response there from Russell, who's having a good race still, even though he's under such pressure. He really doesn't have a right to be up in 4th place. With how slow that Mercedes is down the straights. As Verstappen still really close to Sainz. Leclerc still there. If these two tangle. And Russell now about 2.5 seconds behind Leclerc. Russell's not losing a ton of time per lap, but just, you know, he's losing what? Probably 2 to 3 tenths a lap, you'd imagine. As Verstappen was close to Sainz on the entry to the Parabolica there, but lost a bit in the exit as Red Bull tell Max, Mode 8. And Max responds, they have a lot of top speed. Clearly, they're going for a higher mode there to get them into the lead. But yeah, those Ferraris incredibly quick in a straight line. As we're on lap 10 out of 51. Yeah, no other position changes at the moment. Got to say, Lance Stroll having a disastrous race back in 18th. He passed Magnussen, but he can't catch the Alpines, even though the Aston Martin is so much quicker. 2.2 seconds behind Gasly, who's right up his teammate's gearbox in the fight for 16th place. As the front three now heading on down to Ascari. Leclerc a bit further behind on this lap. And I think Max, and I think the reason that might be actually is, yeah, is because Max now in a higher mode is now pushing probably harder to get past. Obviously, that's forcing Sainz further up the road as well, trying to defend. As they come through Parabolica. Can Max get closer? No, he can't. And it will remain Sainz in the lead. Verstappen second. But again, once Max gets into the lead, which I think will happen at some point, there's no chance for Ferrari to keep up as Sergio Perez, trying for a move there on Russell, around the outside, decides to do the switchback instead. Does he get a good exit? It's okay. And now he's right in the slipstream as Pierre Gasly has pitted. Right in the slipstream up to the second chicane. And no, he decides better off going for a move, as really hot brakes there for Gasly as he goes onto the hard compound tyre. His brakes were smoking like crazy. So yeah, Pierre Gasly 19th and now on the hard compound tyre. Let me just update that, yeah, the last two drivers on the hard tyres. As Verstappen really close now through the exit of Ascari, just 5.5 tenths, and that gap creeps down as they come into Ascari, or into Parabolica, sorry. Through the corner, he's losing consistently through there, about 10th of a second in the dirty air, but he is closer on this occasion on lap 12 with the DRS open. And no, I thought maybe was going to feign a move, as here comes Perez again on Russell, who defends hard to the inside. And Perez, once again, not able to overtake. And Russell looks like he'll keep the position up to the second chicane as Zhou Guanyu pits for Alfa Romeo to cover off Pierre Gasly's pit stop. As Liam Lawson overtakes Nico Hülkenberg and is up to 11th. What a race for the young Kiwi driver, the youngest driver on the grid, and he's only one position away from a point. As, yeah, Alpine, the front jack failed. So Gasly had a slow stop, front jack failing. And, yeah, about 4 seconds slower than it should have been. As is a replay on lap 8 of Alonso passing Hülkenberg. Hülkenberg, though, didn't even defend. It was an easy move. Zhou is now 18th. I'll just quickly update that. And, of course, the bottom 3 all on the hard tyre, as we're now on lap 13. At a 51. And Sainz into turn 1 still ahead. Sainz, I've got to say, is doing a brilliant job. Defensive driving has been perfect. There's Perez still behind Russell, by the way, on the exit turn 1. Yeah, defensive driving has been perfect. And his pace compared to his teammate is pretty good. And Leclerc has dropped over a second behind Verstappen. So Leclerc is now at a massive disadvantage, because without that DRS, he just won't be able to keep up with Sainz and Verstappen. Right, yeah. As Kevin Magnussen has just pitted, as Verstappen getting close to Sainz into Ascari. Maybe these pit stops, we'll keep an eye on it, but maybe these pit stops are the reason they're so early, because the tyre wear may be a bit bad, as Verstappen a lot closer into Parabolica, only 1/4 of a second behind, and on the exit, yeah, he is a lot closer. Carlos Sainz going to have to do really well to keep the position now on lap 14 of 51. Sainz trying to break the toe as here comes Max Verstappen. And that Ferrari, unbelievably quick in a straight line, because Sainz didn't really have to defend, as Perez tries to overtake Russell. And they both jump the chicane and Perez stays ahead. Well, what's going to happen with that in terms of maybe Perez letting Russell back through? Because Russell ended up going off as well. I have to see a replay of that, really. Perez has, I think, let Russell back through. And Perez complaining on the radio, pushed me off. Well, we'll have to see a replay to determine that. As Liam Lawson has pitted from 11th and is now, I think, in 16th place. Here's a replay of Perez and Russell. No, Perez was not pushed off the track. I think he got on the AstroTurf on the left, locked up. Yeah, Russell was nowhere near him. What's he saying? He pushed him off. That's stupid from Perez. Nowhere near him. Get on with it. And he'll have to try again to pass Sergio Perez. But yeah, Liam Lawson now 16th after his pit stop. I'll update what tyres he's on and everything in a moment. As we're on lap 15, Verstappen close again. Looks to the inside, but just not close enough. But a big lock-up from Carlos Sainz on the right front. And Max now gets a better exit from turn 1 and is now going around the outside on the run-up to the second chicane as Hülkenberg and Sargent pit. Sainz just about gets back ahead, but Max crucially has the inside line. And Max Verstappen leads at Monza. Carlos, brilliant defense, but eventually cracked under the pressure. And Max Verstappen takes the lead. And hopefully for him, should be able to pull away pretty quickly, as I'll just update you in a moment where Sargent and Hulkenberg have come out. Hulkenberg has come out in 17th. And Logan Sargent has actually jumped. Hulkenberg in the pit stop phase. Good to see. Sargent having a better day today. Sargent 16th. Hulkenberg 17th. And Norris saying on the radio, I'm just a lot quicker. Oscar needs to pick up the pace. And McLaren responding, okay, Lando, we are looking at that. And yeah, I think, well, actually, saying that, hold on, Sergio Perez now moves to the inside on George Russell and had the speed and gets it done. And Perez is up to 4th place. Red Bull making their way through now. The cars that are, well, clearly slower than them. As Max Verstappen nearly a second clear now of Sainz. And later on in this lap, he should have broken the DRS. I was going to say, right, Alex Albon has just pitted. Right before he pitted, though, the two McLarens were right behind him. So really bad fall off from the tyres there for Williams. What I was gonna say is, well, they should probably wait on that because I think Piastri is about to pass Albon. Yeah, great to see racing side by side on the exit of turn 1 into turn 3 and 4. Or 4 and 5, rather. Into the second chicane. And yeah, Verstappen had the inside line. And really, once Sainz locked up, Max had him hook, line and sinker. As we're now on lap 17, I'll just update that Alex Albon is now, and Verstappen now 1.5 seconds clear of Carlos Sainz. And after that lockup, Sainz clearly struggling because Leclerc is now right behind him, just half a second, separating the two Ferraris. Alex Albon has come out in 13th place. As the two McLarens have stayed out, Piastri still ahead of Norris. Right, let me just update that we've got Hamilton on the hard, Alonso on the medium, Bottas on the hard, Ocon on the medium, Stroll on the medium, Albon on the hard, Lawson on the hard, Zhou on the hard, Sargent on the hard, and then Magnussen, I think, is on the medium. Yeah, yeah. But I think the next thing to look at is, yeah, Leclerc versus Sainz for second now. What are Ferrari going to do with that? But also, what are McLaren going to do? Because Lando Norris is still right up behind Piastri. But Leclerc, got to be honest, he looks like he's going to overtake Sainz here as they come through Parabolica. And Leclerc, yeah, looks good through there and might just have a go at Sainz into turn 1 as Max continues to pull away very quickly from Carlos. As Leclerc saying on the radio, Carlos is struggling a little bit with the rears, and Max nearly a second quicker on that lap. Unbelievable speed from the Red Bull. And yeah, Lando still within a second of Piastri. And I think maybe McLaren might be better putting Lando ahead to protect themselves against Lewis Hamilton, who is right behind Norris. And Fernando Alonso not too far behind, only 2.2 seconds behind Hamilton. As Sergio Perez, as Carlos Sainz there just saying on the radio, tyres are nearly finished. Yeah, I think Ferrari, I think they'll be coming in for a pit stop pretty soon. I was just about to say, Sergio Perez is quite quickly, because Leclerc's held up behind Sainz, and we can see him in the background now, Perez is quite quickly now catching these two Ferrari cars. So the longer they keep it like this, Perez will join this fight, and they might be gifting Red Bull the chance, getting a 1-2 on enemy turf. Let's see what Ferrari do as they come through Parabolica. And both Ferraris stay out on lap 19. Leclerc not close enough on this occasion to think about an overtake. But out of the top 9, we'll see, out of those top 9, who decide to pit. Alex Albon, of course, who was a front runner in the field, has already pit a couple laps ago. He's in 13th, and he is pretty quickly catching Lance Stroll. Just took a second out with him in the last lap or so. I think maybe even 1.2 seconds did Albon. So the fresher tyres looking good for him at the minute. As still, the fight rages on between the two McLarens and the former McLaren driver himself, Lewis Hamilton, whose race has been severely compromised by being held up for so long. But he is on the hard tyre, and the race probably should come to him later, so it's not over yet for him. His teammate, though, George Russell, is 7 seconds clear of Piastri. So Lewis has a lot of work to do to get anywhere near his teammate. As Perez now just 1.2 seconds behind Leclerc. Ferrari, they need to make a decision. Do they pit or do they move Leclerc ahead of Sainz? They are deciding to pit. And they're going to pit Carlos Sainz, obviously the first car. And Sainz does pit on lap 20. And they had to do that because Perez very quickly caught Leclerc. And here he comes. As George Russell pits as well. Carlos Sainz's pit stop, 3.3 seconds. Not great, but it's all right. And Russell's pit stop, about 0.7 of a second quicker as Red Bull look like they're getting a set of hard tyres ready. And let's just see where Sainz and Russell will come out. I think 9th and 10th is where they will come out. Oh no, Russell just slipping behind Ocon. That's going to hurt. So Russell in P11. Oh no, he's just gone up back to P10, so hasn't lost any time really with that. Carlos Sainz is 9th. And I think he's about second behind Bottas, who's got a bit of dirty air there, a bit of traffic. I mean, he will get a slipstream from it, so it doesn't necessarily hurt him massively, but still, it is traffic. As Hamilton, let me just correct that he's on the hard. Carlos Sainz as well on the hard tyre. Sergio Perez right behind Leclerc as they come through Parabolica, and Leclerc thankfully pits. He was going to get overtaken. Perez was right on him as Max Verstappen is pitted from the lead. 2.5 second stop. Leclerc 2.3 seconds. So a second quicker than Sainz. This might be close, you know, as Perez goes into the lead. Piastri now second. And Norris third, Hamilton fourth, Verstappen fifth. Where does Leclerc come out compared to Sainz? It's going to be so close into turn 1. Sainz goes for the outside, and he just takes it. Oh, that was close. And he had just overtaken Bottas as well. As Alonso actually is in 5th, so it's Verstappen 6th, and now Sainz in 7th with Leclerc 8th as Lance Stroll was pitted as Sainz and Leclerc side by side into the second chicane, and Leclerc right on the edge of the track. And well, if Sainz can't get on with it and get down the road, and really, I think they've got to let Leclerc through because they don't need to be wasting time here with Perez obviously looking a lot stronger now. So Lewis Hamilton is on the hard tyre. Verstappen in 6th on the hard. Carlos Sainz on the hard tyre. As Red Bull on lap 22 bringing in race leader Sergio Perez. Of course, he's not the real race leader. Wow, what a stop. That literally went by in a flash. As turn 2 incident involving Russell and Ocon noted for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. I wonder what's happened there as Fernando Alonso has pitted. As Perez comes out right behind the two Ferraris as Sainz really harshly bumps over the inside of the turn 1 curb. So it's now McLaren 1-2. With Hamilton 3rd, Verstappen 4th, Sainz 5th, Leclerc 6th, Perez in 7th. With then Russell in 8th, Bottas 9th, Ocon 10th, Albon in 11th, and Alonso 12th. Lance Stroll has pitted as well, and Stroll has come out in 18th place. Right. Let me just quickly update that Lewis Hamilton is on the hard compound tyre. Verstappen on the hard. Sainz on the hard. Ocon is on the medium. And then we've got Alonso and Albon, I'm pretty sure, on the hard tyre. As Lando Norris hits, and to be fair, Lando has been quicker, so I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily to hit Lando first, as Carlos Sainz does the fastest lap of the race, interestingly. 25.5. Right. Oh no, it's not lap 24, it's lap 23. So, Lando Norris, where will he come out in relation to Alex Albon? He will come out behind him. He was behind him anyway, but I was interested to see whether he was going to come out ahead, as he does come out ahead of Fernando Alonso. So Norris comes out in 10th, and I presume that Piastri will be in at the end of this lap, as Albon has overtaken Ocon. It's Albon 9th, Ocon 10th, Norris 11th. There's Russell Ocon incident at turn 2 under investigation. Leaving the track and gaining an advantage. I would like to see a replay of that, and we're about to. So Russell exit the pit lane. I did say it was close to him and Ocon. And Russell locked up, went straight over the chicane, and presumably kept the position. And yeah, Russell will have to get a 5-second penalty for that, because he clearly just jumped the chicane. Even though it was a lockup, doesn't matter. He jumped the chicane, gained the position, and he should get a penalty. As Oscar Piastri pits now on lap 24. Lewis Hamilton stays out there. Of course, he started on the hard tyre, so he will probably stay out for a bit longer. Where will Piastri come out in relation to teammate Norris? Probably behind him. As here he comes. And Oscar Piastri, yep, just behind Norris. They're so close. Oh, contact. They don't, Norris doesn't spin or anything, but there was contact. Right rear of Norris to front left of Piastri. And yet, 5-second penalty for George Russell for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. But wow, the two McLarens officially collide, but not in a way that ruins their race, at least for the minute. And here we go into turn 1, and can't really tell from that angle if anyone was particularly at fault there, but yeah, they collided, as Max Verstappen now right on Lewis Hamilton's tail and is about to overtake him. What will Hamilton do? Will he pit? No, he won't. So he gets the displeasure of being overtaken by his great rival, who blasts past on lap now 25. And Max Verstappen is now about 5 seconds clear of Carlos Sainz, who is the real second place runner. And yeah, Max has comfortably got this, I would say. Right, so let's just get the order correct. So it's Verstappen, Hamilton, Sainz, Leclerc, Perez, Russell, Bottas, Albon, and then Norris 9th, Piastri 10th. Esteban Ocon, by the way, has just pitted and is I think coming out of the pits in just a second. So it's Norris 9th, Piastri 10th, Alonso 11th, Lawson 12th, Zhou 13th, Sargent 14th, Hulkenberg in 15th, Gasly 16th, Stroll 17th, Magnussen 18th, and Ocon has come out last, but he's on much fresher tyres. As that collision between Piastri and Norris has been noted for causing a collision, but I'd be very surprised if Piastri got a penalty for that, because I don't think there was really anything there to penalise. As Ocon has come out on the hard tyre. Magnussen in 18th is on the medium, as we're on lap 26 now, and Sergio Perez right on Leclerc's tail. Leclerc, though, will have DRS as well, because he's still within a second of his teammate, and that just about keeps Perez behind. But Red Bull clearly a lot quicker than Ferrari here, and Perez really should be securing a 1-2 for Red Bull, as Valtteri Bottas now pits for Alfa Romeo. So Lewis Hamilton in second is the last now to pit. Let's just see where Bottas comes out before I update where he actually is. And here's an on-board from Piastri as he came out of the pit lane. And I mean, maybe him bumping over the curb a slight bit too much may have caused that. But I don't think there is anything. I don't think there's nothing there I can see, which is, you know, he didn't force him off the track. I know that's not what the rule says. It's about causing a collision. But I guess I disagree with the rule itself. As far as I'm concerned, if you cause a collision that actually results in the other driver losing time, then, you know, serious lap time, not just a tenth of a second, then I think, you know, unless you do that to a driver, I don't think there's anything that needs to be penalised. As Sergio Perez still close to Leclerc, and now we've got a three-way fight for second between Sainz, Leclerc, Perez. Hamilton, currently second, still has not pitted though, and he's just over a second clear of Sainz. Right, let me just update that Valtteri Bottas has come out 16th on a set of mediums. So there you go. And I'll just update the compound that he is on. Alonso, of course, is on the hard tyre. Yeah, Bottas on the medium. So everyone in the field still running is on the hard compound tyre, as there goes Carlos Sainz down the inside of Lewis Hamilton, and vitally into Ascari, gets up to second. So now he can build a bit of a gap to the cars behind. No further investigation, by the way, for that collision between Norris and Piastri. As Leclerc up the inside of Hamilton into Parabolica, surely Hamilton's got a pit. He's very slow right now, and I think he is pitting. And yes, he is, as Max Verstappen has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:25.5. Hamilton, of course, will go on to a set of mediums, and he will come out probably even behind Fernando Alonso, who he was actually ahead of, as that's a 2.8 second stop for Hamilton. Alex Albon goes up to 6th. The McLarens, though, catching Albon, so that fight developing again. And Hamilton, yes, does come out just behind Alonso, but Hamilton on much fresher and softer tyres. So Lewis has a big advantage there, and I assume that Hamilton will overtake Alonso, given the speed difference that I expect. So Hamilton is on the medium tyre. And yeah, there you go. That's now lap 28. Everyone now has made their first pit stop, and your top 10, with just over half the race gone and about 24 laps to go. Verstappen leads and is on his way to the 10th win in a row. Carlos Sainz second, Leclerc third, Perez fourth, Russell fifth, but has a 5-second penalty. Albon 6th, Norris 7th, Piastri 8th, Alonso 9th, and Lewis Hamilton in 10th. As Max Verstappen does another fastest lap on lap 29 and is 5.7 seconds clear of Sainz. Gotta say though, Sainz he's not lapping that much slower than Verstappen. It's not like Max is pulling away by a second a lap. So the pace from Ferrari, I've got to say, is actually pretty good. I thought Max would pull away quicker than this. Max is definitely not pushing as hard as he could, because he knows he's got the win secured as Hamilton up the inside of Alonso. And he is up to 9th. That was very quick on the fresh tyres, and he is already past the Aston Martin. And Alonso really just racing for the final point, because that Aston Martin is way too slow. So Hamilton, let's see now what he's capable of. His teammate's in 5th on the hard tyre. Definitely more pace in that Mercedes than, 9th. And obviously there's a 3-way fight for 6th between Albon, Norris and Piastri. So let's see what the GOAT himself can do. As Leclerc there missing the apex of Parabolica. Will that give Sergio Perez a chance? It might just do. Leclerc will still have DRS though, as they're now in that DRS zone of the pit straight. Will Perez go for the dive? He does. He goes for it, but Leclerc just about breaks late enough and keeps him at bay, and also moved to the inside in good time. As Lando Norris right on the back of Albon. Need to be seeing that. Here we go. Albon defends to the inside. Norris takes the outside line. Locks his outside front up. And tries to get a slingshot on the exit. Do a switchback, but he didn't really do it correctly. But, yeah. That Williams we saw at the end of its first stint burnt its tyres out quite quick. And I think that's what we're seeing now. Obviously, the McLarens pitted a bit later than the Williams. So they're on fresher tyres as well. And they really should be passing the Williams, which is starting to struggle. And Lando, a bit like Perez, locking his outside front up. Thankfully, didn't go off the track this time. As the 3-way fight for second continues, Leclerc really has to keep within a second of Sainz, because if he drops over a second behind, Perez will have him easily. As on lap 31, Max does a new fastest lap. And Leclerc does not have DRS. He's dropped out of DRS range. And here comes Sergio Perez round the outside. But Leclerc braking so late up the inside. So desperate to keep Checo behind. But Perez gets a much better exit from the first chicane. Now pulls to the outside. He's not quite going to do what Verstappen did. Not yet, as Leclerc blocking him now on the inside. Perez takes to the outside. Oh! Contact. Slight contact there between the two. As Leclerc just edging Perez out to the edge of the racetrack. And I'd like to see a replay of that. And Perez definitely is not going to be happy. And off board, Perez. And yeah, I can see, I mean, you remember back to 2019, Leclerc did exactly that to Hamilton and got a black and white flag. So hopefully, if the stewards are consistent, they'll give the same thing. Even though at the time I thought Leclerc deserved a penalty. In hindsight, I was wrong. I think in hindsight, Leclerc and what he did was not quite worthy enough. But Sergio Perez, oh my, the extra speed he had in the entry to Parabolica, and he's right on Leclerc again. Leclerc way behind Sainz now, and surely gets it done this time, moves to the inside, and Sergio Perez is up to 3rd place. And now we'll be getting after Carlos Sainz in a hurry. So, there you go. As, right, we are, on lap 32. We've got about, 20 laps to go here at Monza. Just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe, because we do these qualifying and race watch-alongs every Grand Prix. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notifications bell so you don't miss out on the content. And for everyone watching, I can see so many of you, make sure to smash that like button. Of course, it does help the channel grow, and it does show me that you guys actually enjoy the content. So, yeah. Let's get into these final 20 laps as Pierre Gasly pits from 15th. And is now at the back. The two Alpines at the very back of the field. Ocon's not been able really to do anything. But he is now right on Magnussen's tail for 17th, which is something, I guess. As Bottas is on the medium, with Stroll on the hard. Magnussen on the medium. And then Ocon on the hard. And Gasly has pitted for the second time and gone to a set of mediums. As we're on lap 33, Sainz says it'll be tight to make it to the end. Oh no, yeah, that's what Sainz said. And then his engineer says, okay, try your best. As we're on lap 33, Perez, not very quick on that lap. He's actually dropped back a bit from Sainz by about half a second or so. As the two McLarens still right up behind the Williams. But of course, Williams is a monster in a straight line. And the McLaren, I mean, I said it earlier in the race when Piastri was passed by Albon. As not Lance Stroll, Esteban Ocon has just overtaken Kevin Magnussen for 17th place. I said earlier that Piastri said in his post-qualifying interview that when asked about, fighting the Williamses, he said, yeah, there's no chance of being able to overtake. And at the minute, that is proving true. As Max Verstappen, another fastest lap, 1:25.2, as he's 7.5 seconds clear of Carlos Sainz. As the two McLarens continue to follow closely, but nothing doing for the Maccas. As Albon, 14 seconds behind Russell. Charles Leclerc, by the way, still right up behind Perez. Only half a second behind him. Perez still not catching Sainz, so I wonder if Perez has maybe overheated his tyres a bit, as I've just seen Liam Lawson from 11th place has pitted. A two-stop strategy for certain teams. The tyres really are wearing quite heavily. As there's a brilliant overtake by Esteban Ocon round the outside of Kevin Magnussen at the first chicane. And Liam Lawson and Zhou and Magnussen all pitting for the second time. Yeah, tyres, again, it's the three softest compounds we have this weekend, and clearly they're wearing out quite a bit. As Max Verstappen, now on lap 35, nearly 8 seconds clear of Sainz, who is 2 seconds clear of Perez. Leclerc still right behind Perez and got the DRS open, but he's not close enough on this occasion to think about a move. Well, if Liam Lawson wants to get a point, then what strategy he's just gone for, or AlphaTauri have gone for with him, is probably the best chance of him getting a point, because he wasn't that far behind Fernando Alonso, only a few seconds. So yeah, maybe on fresh tyres he can somehow come back and clinch a point. It's going to take something unbelievable though to do that, I have to stress. As yeah, Zhou is 17th now because he also pitted, and Lawson is 16th. Lawson, Zhou, Gasly and Magnussen are all on the medium tyres. So there you go. And then you've got Ocon on a set of hard tyres. And then Valtteri Bottas up to 13th. Of course, pitted quite late. And he's actually in 12th place. He's just passed, or he's passed a couple of laps ago, probably Nico Hülkenberg. And he's up to 12th. And again, he was one of the latest to pit. So watch out for Bottas. He's 12 seconds behind Alonso. We'll keep an eye on if he, starts catching Alonso. As we're now on lap 36. And we've got about 16 laps to go. As Norris looks a bit closer to Albon on this occasion. Is he close enough to force Albon to defend? No, not really. No, he's not at all. Yeah. Bottas in 12th on the medium. And then Hulkenberg. Having a decent race, actually, is Hulkenberg. On the hard tyre. As here is... I thought it was Lewis Hamilton for a second because of the yellow helmet, but no, it's Lando Norris. The number on the helmet. Number 4, which belongs to the Brit. I've got to say, even though, Max is definitely not pushing as hard as he could, that is for sure. There's no reason to. As Max now begins, lap 37. Now we've got 15 full laps remaining. Ferrari's pace, and I know it's, this track's going to suit their car the most out of any track this season, but their race pace has been actually pretty good. To be, 15 laps to go, only 8 seconds behind Max, I definitely didn't think it'd be that close. I thought it'd be quite a few more seconds than that. Closer to 15 seconds, rather, than 8. So, yeah, Ferrari's pace, very encouraging. Of course, in Singapore, next Grand Prix, that track won't suit them as well, but they do have a new big upgrade coming that hopefully will improve their pace by, say, a third of a second. So, yeah, looking good for Ferrari. As Lewis says on the radio, now we're screwed because I don't know how these tyres are going to last. Mercedes respond, others have made it as far on the medium. Hamilton, I think, is catching the McLarens, but just not very quickly. He's 3 seconds behind Piastri, who's in 8th. As, yeah, to be honest, the race fallen into a bit of a duller period. But, yeah, I'd say the race, really, so far, as we're now on lap 38, it's been about as good as I expected it to be. Slightly above average, if not just average. It's not been, again, a classic. We've had some good fights out there. Verstappen, Sainz, Ferraris, kind of, the McLaren, Perez, Russell, Perez, Leclerc. To be fair, actually, I'd say it's, probably been above average, this race. But, yeah, it's not been definitely a classic. As Lando Norris a lot closer to Albon this time. Albon defends to the inside. There's room for Lando to try the outside line, but is he brave enough? Oh, yes, he is. But Albon, I don't think was going to leave the room there, but I think Lando is going to have to give the position back, and he does. But I am interested to see what Lando says on the radio after that. Because you could argue that Albon didn't leave racing room. Yeah, we'll see a replay in a moment, I'm sure. As Lance Stroll has just overtaken Nico Hulkenberg for 13th place. And yeah, looking at the slow-mo off-board, that's a hard one to call. Very hard one to call. Again, the argument absolutely can be made that Albon left him no room. But you could also say that Lando could have got out of it sooner because he knew that the gap wasn't going to be there. Personally, I'm leaning towards Albon did not give him enough room. But it is real. That's a close one. That's not a clear, obvious violation of the rules. But this fight continues to hot up between Albon, Norris, Piastri, and Lewis Hamilton on fresher, softer tyres is joining the fight. As Sergio Perez, by the way, is now within a second of Carlos Sainz. So he's just about got that gap down. So now we can properly have a go at Sainz for second. Because it took him a bit of time to get within a second. As Kevin Magnussen, who's been lapped, about to be lapped by Sainz, Perez, Leclerc. As Lando on the radio, but because I've not got the sound on and they're not showing the transcription, I can't tell you what he's actually saying. On lap 40 now of 51. And yeah, a close three-way fight here for the podium positions. The final, of course, podium positions. As Kevin Magnussen there just letting the three cars through. As Liam Lawson overtakes Ocon for 15th. Of course, Ocon is pitted. Lawson is pitted for a second time and is on fresh mediums. We'll see if we can get back up to the position he was in before the pit stop of 11th place. So, as here is Lewis Hamilton on Oscar Piastri round the outside into the second chicane. And Hamilton and Piastri both go off. I need to see an onboard of that really to see whether Piastri forced him off. But Piastri must have made a mistake. Because Hamilton was not that close to him a few moments ago. As we move on to lap 41. And here comes Perez on Sainz. Brilliant run down to turn one. Sainz has to defend to the inside as hard as he can. And just about keeps ahead. But that Red Bull through the chicane looks like it's got way more grip. As Nico Hulkenberg and Esteban Ocon are both pitted for an extra time. So it's very marginal, it looks like, between a 1 and a 2 stop. Perez kind of looks for a move there on Sainz, but doesn't end up going for it. But I think it's inevitable, guys. The Red Bull will end up with the podium here if Perez can get it done. As Hamilton trying to get the move done here on Oscar Piastri. Does the switch back through the first chicane. And he's now got what will be, similar to Max, what he had earlier, the inside line for the second chicane. There you go. And Lewis Hamilton. Oh, contact! Contact between Hamilton and Piastri. And they both take to the escape road and rejoin with Hamilton ahead of Oscar. And to me, that looked like maybe, not saying for sure, because I need to see a replay, as we've got 10 full laps remaining now. Looked like Lewis might have just moved over a bit too far on Oscar. But again, it's I need to see a replay to really determine that. As that incident noted for causing a collision, as Sainz defending to the middle of the track again into turn one. And this race, I've got to say, really getting good now. Many fights out there for critical positions. And this is what you want, isn't it? But there are a few things, of course, I need to correct. Lewis Hamilton is up to 8th. And then we have got, as Oscar Piastri is pitted. So does Piastri have terminal? Oh, yeah, he's got a broken front wing. What a shame. Will he drop out of the points? Yeah, he probably will. And then he's going to have to really push hard to get back in. As now Sargent and Bottas going. So Sargent up to 10th. He's heading for a point. But he has got Valtteri Bottas on fresher, softer tyres right behind him. And Oscar saying he just turned across me, under braking, and yeah. I didn't see the full on board there, but I think what I did see, it did look like Lewis just moved across under braking. So I think Lewis probably will and probably should get a penalty there of 5 seconds as Perez once again has a go on Sainz into the first chicane. Perez then goes to the outside, try and catch Sainz by surprise, but Perez jumps across the chicane, but lets Sainz eventually back through. It's all going off now as Piastri is rejoined in 14th place. So Stroll 12th, Lawson up to 13th, Piastri 14th. And then you've got, as Perez says he's moving really late on braking, you've then got Zhou 15th. And yeah, Piastri Hamilton under investigation for causing a collision. I'm pretty sure Lewis Hamilton is going to get a 5-second penalty for that. Hulkenberg is 17th, Magnussen 18th, Gasly 19th. Let me just update who is on what tyres. Lewis Hamilton, of course, is on the medium. Alonso is on the hard. And Logan Sargent, unfortunately, has been overtaken for P10. So Bottas heading for a point. What a drive by Valtteri Bottas today. So Bottas in 10th as we're on lap 44. And then everyone outside of the top 12 is on a set of medium tyres, I'm pretty sure. Let me just update that quickly. As Perez not close enough to Sainz on this occasion. And yeah, we are now on lap 44. Let me know in the chat, guys, what did you think of the Hamilton-Piastri incident? Again, from what I've seen, I think Hamilton did move across a bit too much and, well, caused the collision. And, of course, it did result in a loss of lap time because Piastri had a broken front wing. So I think, yeah, that should be a slam dunk 5-second penalty as Norris right in the slipstream on Albon, up to the second chicane. Will he go round the outside as Lewis Hamilton does indeed get a penalty? And no, good, hard, late braking from Alex Albon. And yes, Lewis Hamilton has a 5-second penalty as Oscar Piastri does the fastest lap in 14th. And Piastri, yeah, I don't think he's going to get into the points. He's... How many seconds? Yeah, he's about 10 seconds away from Bottas in 10th. It's going to take something incredible to finish in the points. Sainz defends to the inside again against Perez. Will Perez go for the outside again? Yes, he does, but he goes off. And surely he'll feel as though he was pushed off and he's going to stay ahead. Oh, a little bit of debris falling off as well, and Perez lets him go. Lets him go back through, but again, I'd love to see a replay of that. As here comes Lewis Hamilton on Lando Norris. Norris defending to the inside. Hamilton round the outside and takes it. Brilliant move from Hamilton, and he's up to 7th, and of course has to try and limit the damage from that penalty, given that he's on those, you know, much fresher soft tyres, or softer tyres. He passes Albon in the next lap or so, he might be able to build enough of a gap to finish in 6th. As Liam Lawson has just overtaken Lance Stroll for 12th. And Piastri is about to overtake Stroll as well. As Perez right on Sainz's tail again. Surely Sainz cannot defend again. Brilliant defense from him as he defends to the inside. Perez moves to the outside, but he's got too much pace. And Sergio Perez, he runs wide through the middle of the first chicane, but he should just about keep it. Sergio Perez is up to 2nd, and it is a Red Bull 1-2 at Monza with about 6 laps to go. As Leclerc and Sainz now close. Leclerc, of course, was right up behind that little battle. As we're now looking at Hamilton on Albon into the first chicane. And Hamilton's going to do the switchback on the Williams driver. And is it a good switchback? It is, but has he got enough grunt going up the hill to the second chicane to overtake? No, he has not. He didn't even gain anything in a straight line there, even in the slipstream. Gonna have to be a bit more special of a move to get past Albon. Right, 5 laps to go now. Lap 47 of 51. Remember, guys, I will be doing a reaction after the race, and I want you guys to let me know, of course, who your driver of the day is. As Leclerc overtaking Sainz up the inside into turn 1. And that, I feel, has been coming for a while as Leclerc locks up and goes wide. Can Sainz get him back on the exit? As all they're very close on the exit, the first chicane. They're now side by side. Going up to the second chicane, Sainz has the inside line. Will he keep it? Yes, he does, but he locks up and contact was so nearly made. And Leclerc ends up behind Sainz somehow. No idea how. As Hamilton, brilliant move on Alex Albon. I think he's gone right round the outside of the first chicane. And Lewis Hamilton up to 6th. And now he's got to build a 5-second gap to finish in 6th. As Norris now right on Albon's tail in the battle for 7th. Williams need these points desperately. Will they get them? What an end to this race. Going off everywhere. As Oscar Piastri, I can see, has overtaken Lance Stroll for 13th. We've got Gasly up to 15th. Oh, not 15th, 16th. As Leclerc coming back at Sainz, he's going for the outside line. Oh, I think he was positioning himself for a switchback, but touched the AstroTurf on the left-hand side on the entry to the chicane and had a load of oversteer. As, Esteban Ocon, unseen, is retired from the race. That's how much is going on. He's retired. So Alpine have a DNF. As Hamilton, obviously, in 6th on the mediums. And here's a replay of that move on Albon. And yeah, he just sailed round the outside, showing why he is such a great driver. Of course, had the extra grip, but having, and as well, slight contact there as well, just having the confidence and the skill to pull that off. I cannot begin to tell you how good that is, as we have now got 3 full laps to go and the podium isn't even settled yet. Piastri, is up to 13th place. Let me just update that. Liam Lawson is on the medium. As here comes Leclerc again. Sainz, big lock-up on the outside front as, Jesus Christ, Leclerc bumping so hard over the curb. Lucky not to break the car there. As the Ferraris, having their fight, are barely going any quicker than the Haas of Kevin Magnussen, who they lapped what it feels like quite a long time ago. Right, so yeah, at the minute, the order you see on your screen is just about correct. As, hold on, just need one thing I need to correct is that Lance Stroll is out there on the hard tyre. I think he's only pitted the once. So, can Leclerc take the podium? As Sainz says on the radio, guys, let's bring this home. He wants the team orders called, but, well, I don't think that's going to happen. Leclerc is on a mission. So, which Ferrari driver will claim the podium? Can Hamilton finish in 6th? He's built a 3.5 second gap. I think he is going to build the gap with the penalty he's got to finish there. We'll see, though. Can Norris pass Albon before the end as well. I've just seen Alonso right behind Norris as well. So Alonso in that battle with a couple laps to go as Leclerc takes the outside line. Sainz forces his way back on the inside, but Leclerc will get the better exit. I think Leclerc didn't really do that exit correctly. He didn't really position himself in the best way to get the best exit as Piastri goes up to 12th place. And the fight continues, and it will be one final opportunity for Charles Leclerc to finish on the podium here at Monza for the third time in his career. And oh my, the oversteer through Lesmo 1. Unbelievable. Those tyres on the Ferrari, how they absolutely finished. And Piastri, that's why he's past Lawson. He clearly felt as though he's pushed off, and he's just overtaken him. And now Piastri might be able to overtake Logan Sargent, who's in 11th, before the end. As Logan Sargent has been given a 5-second penalty. No idea what for. We haven't seen what it is for. Causing a collision. Sorry, causing a collision. We'll have to see a replay or something of that after the race as we're on the final lap. Will Leclerc finish on the podium, or will it be Carlos Sainz? Ferrari should still secure the podium as Leclerc, he moved very late to the inside, realised he wasn't going to do it, had a double lock-up, and he is so lucky he did not take his teammate and himself out of the Italian Grand Prix. Ferrari, come on, call team orders and tell Leclerc to stay behind, because you do not want to cost yourself a podium and give Mercedes the podium here. As Oscar Piastri has just passed Sargent for 11th. That is as far, though, as he will get, unfortunately, for the Aussie. But somewhere out there, going pretty slowly so he can make sure he finishes, is Max Verstappen, who, of course, is not a slow man. He is by far the quickest man and the best driver in the world. And he has proven it once again and breaks the record for the most wins in a row by any Formula 1 driver of 10. And Max Verstappen wins the 2023 Italian Grand Prix. Perez finishes second to complete a Red Bull 1-2 as Leclerc right behind Sainz as they come over the line. But it is Carlos Sainz who finishes in third. Leclerc finishes fourth. Russell fifth. Great drive from Russell despite his 5-second penalty. Yeah, brilliant. And only a few seconds behind Leclerc in the end. Hamilton will finish in sixth because he's 7 seconds clear of Albon. So great pace in the end. Albon, can he hold on to seventh? He is. Alex Albon finishes seventh. What a drive and what a result for Williams. Lando Norris 8th. Alonso 9th. And it should be Valtteri Bottas in one of the drives of the day. Completely unnoticed. Don't think we've seen him once. Valtteri Bottas should finish in 10th. And then it will be Piastri 11th. Lawson 12th. Sargent 13th. Stroll 14th. And then Zhou, Gasly, Hulkenberg, Magnussen. And then your final two runners. Both retirements. Hold on. Yuki Tsunoda, who never started the race, as turn 5 incident under investigation between Lawson and Piastri. Piastri under investigation for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. Maybe Piastri will be given a penalty. Your only retirements, Yuki Tsunoda in the AlphaTauri and Esteban Ocon for Alpine. What a race that was in the end. That, you know what? I'm going to say it. That was the race of the season. Might not have been the most dramatic. It might not have been as dramatic as what we saw a week ago in Holland. But in terms of pure racing and, you know, the constant, you know, ding-dong battles we saw throughout the race, all of the positions, that's the race of the season right there. And I'd give that probably a 7 or a 7.5 out of 10. Something like that. But yeah, that's definitely the race of the season. Anyway, let me just start up the poll, guys, for driver of the day. So who is... And as well, just to announce, as they're just showing on the screen, Red Bull Racing are the first team ever to win 15 consecutive F1 Grand Prix. Well done to them. Who is driver of the day for the 2023 Italian Grand Prix? And the options for driver of the day will be Max Verstappen. I'm trying to think who else the driver of the day. Carlos Sainz, Alex Albon, and Valtteri Bottas. There you go. Those are the what do you call it? Driver of the day. The 4 drivers that I've picked. Let me know out of those 4, who is your driver of the day for the Italian Grand Prix? Who is my driver of the day? You know what? It's hard to say. I know Max Verstappen's won, but I think really, I don't think this is like his other wins where he, you know, it's not just been because of the car why he's won by such a big margin. It's been really because of him as well as the car. Not sure I can really say that today. He obviously drove great. He you know, had a great race. Obviously won the race. Well done to him for the record, 10 wins in a row. But I wouldn't say necessarily this was as good as what we saw back in, Spa or Zandvoort even, or even obviously Hungary, where he won won the race by well over half a minute. So, yeah. Yeah, it's difficult. Difficult to say. Yeah, driver of the day, the official driver of the day is Carlos Sainz. You know what? I think I'd have to agree with that. I think the defensive work he did to keep Verstappen at bay for as long as he did, and then keep Perez at bay for as long as he did, and then even keep Leclerc behind. Brilliant. And his pace all weekend and through the race was superb. That is by far his best race of the season. So yeah, Carlos Sainz is, for me, the driver of the day. It's the Tifosi now flood the track, and we're about to see one of the shots, the real beautiful images of the season, of the Monza podium celebration. But yeah, I would go Carlos Sainz. I think he was really great today. And the only thing he did wrong was just a slight lock-up. But I think we have to be honest, guys. Max was going to win the race at some point, because the Red Bull we saw during the race, and especially when Perez came through, they were just too quick. Just too quick. So yeah, Carlos Sainz for me is driver of the day. Let me just quickly confirm the rest of the order outside of the top 10, because I don't want to be wrong on that, of course, and maybe there was a couple position changes at the very end I didn't see, because I know Lance Stroll was struggling towards the end on his dead tyres. Right, so Stroll actually dropped to 16th in the end. So it's Zhou finishes 14th, Gasly 15th, Stroll 16th, and then Hulkenberg, Magnussen, and then, yeah, the 2 retirements, Ocon and Tsunoda. Piastri was given a 5-second penalty, so Piastri finishes 12th. What a race by Liam Lawson, and he was only, Lawson, about 6.5 seconds away from a point. Brilliant race, and I think Red Bull definitely have now got plans for him after that. So, yeah. So, yeah, make sure to keep voting in that poll. Top of the live chat. Who is your driver of the day for the 2023 Italian Grand Prix? I'll, of course, get to the results of that towards or at the end of this stream. But let's just cool down for a second, because, yeah, those last 10 laps or so were incredible. They really were. So, yeah. What I'll do in a moment is we'll just quickly go through a reaction of the teams. I don't want to really get into too much of a reaction, because I am going to be doing a weekend review stream tomorrow night at 8 p.m. UK time, just to remind you guys. So make sure to come along to that. And we'll go through, some of the incidents and just talking points from the weekend, as we then turn our attention to Singapore in a couple weeks' time. So, yeah. Like I said, not going to go into too much detail with my thoughts, because I want to save it a bit. But, right. So, let me just, actually, one final thing before we get into the quick team reaction. Let me just quickly check Twitter to see if there is any news I can bring you guys. And no, can't see anything other than people just commenting on the race. But, right. Let's, what do you call it? Let's now get into the reaction to this Italian Grand Prix. And we will start with, of course, the Red Bull team. Once again, just too good. 1-2 finish at Monza. Second 1-2 in the last 3 races. Not had too many 1-2 finishes, to be fair, in the last, 8 to 10 races, if you look at it. Really mainly because of Sergio Perez's poor performances. But yeah, they're just too quick for Ferrari today. Max Verstappen, good move to get into the lead, and after that, it was a formality, him winning the race. Well done to him for getting the 10th win in a row. Sergio Perez felt like he was at war with everyone today, as the Mexican Minister of Defense, of course. And yeah, I think Perez, he had a good race, but the reason I'm not quite thinking of him as driver of the day is because really he did what was expected in that car. Red Bull were quite clearly the quickest team out there. So, yeah, but great. 1-2 finish, 15 wins in a row for the team. Can they go perfect in 2023? I think they can, and I think they will. Nobody can stop them. They are, in terms of the operation side and the performance side, they are arguably the best Formula One team we've ever seen. They don't necessarily have, and I wouldn't say they have, the best car of all time. There's definitely a few other cars that I would say are more worthy of that title. But as a team, how on earth do you beat this team? I don't know. And I don't think any of the teams realistically have a chance unless Red Bull themselves get in their own way. For Mercedes, 5th and 6th, that is a great result for them. 18 points for the Mercedes team. A great return from a weekend that wasn't looking great a couple days ago. George Russell, despite the 5-second penalty, which was deserved, a great drive. And he wasn't that far away from the podium. If Mercedes weren't as slow down the straights as they were this weekend, maybe Russell could have contended for a podium, which I think, to be honest, he deserved at least to fight for it, given how well a weekend he's had. Lewis Hamilton finishing in 6th. Good result in the end, but still not obviously what he's hoping for. Ends up being beaten by George Russell comprehensively this weekend. Deserved the penalty for the contact with Piastri. Of course, we'll get into that more so tomorrow. But yeah, 2 drivers drove well enough. The team got the best result they possibly could get, and now go on to Singapore, try and get back on the podium. Of course, Mercedes have not had a podium since the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, which was about 2 months ago, so they really need to be improving that. Aston Martin, Fernando Alonso 9th. He was in that fight with Albon and Norris at the end because of how slow Albon was, really, and his tyres were absolutely finished by the end. But yeah, Alonso did the best he could. Aston Martin were just so slow this weekend, finishing in 9th. Lance Stroll, once again, horrendous performance, 16th. And yeah, maybe he does need to find another sport to play, as we've heard rumours that Stroll, I don't know where the rumours have come from, to be fair, but we've heard rumours that Stroll might be interested in playing tennis instead. Maybe he should. Ferrari, great result, really. Red Bull were too quick for them. Red Bull deserved the 1-2 finish. Great drive, though, from Carlos Sainz. Great defensive driving. Kept Verstappen and Perez behind for as long as he could have. Yeah, you could say with Verstappen, his lockup caused him to be eventually overtaken, but Max was going to pass him anyway, probably in the next couple laps or so. Max was inevitable in this race today. But yeah, Carlos, thankfully, hanging on for the podium, and was very lucky, of course, to hang on, because, not because he himself did anything wrong, but Charles Leclerc, nearly on the final lap, took him and his teammate, Carlos Sainz, out of the race with a massive double lockup, moving in the braking zone, trying to get 3rd on the final lap. Got to say from Leclerc, yeah, I really do not get why he was being that aggressive and being so selfish, really. I mean, if he finishes 3rd, yeah, it'd be great for him to be on the podium, but he needs to think of the team a bit more in that situation, because, you know, it's not like Ferrari were fighting for the win and they were 1st and 2nd. So yeah, I didn't like that from a team perspective, and I think or on reflection, Ferrari should have told Leclerc to hang back and just coast home and secure the podium, because that could have been very, very embarrassing for the Ferrari team. But 3rd and 4th it is, 27 points. They're now up to 3rd in the championship and can try and motor on after Mercedes. McLaren, not a great result. Lando Norris finishing in 8th place. I don't really think he could have done any better than that. I mean, he could have passed Alex Albon, true, but Albon was just too quick down the straights for Lando to be able to overtake. Lando just couldn't execute the overtake. So yeah, finished in 8th place. Oscar Piastri wasn't having a great race himself, but I do feel for him, because of course his front wing was broken by Lewis Hamilton moving across on him, and ended up finishing in 12th place. Also got a penalty, 5-second penalty, for leaving the track and gaining an advantage in passing Liam Lawson in the last couple laps. But yeah, only 4 points from McLaren. Poor weekend. Singapore needs to be a big bounce back, and it should be, given that track will suit their car much more. Alpine, absolute shit. Williams, great drive from Alex Albon, 7th place, and they are now 10 points clear, I think, of the Haas F1 team. So 7th place in the Constructors, let's be honest, is all wrapped up. What a season for Williams. And Alex Albon just continues with this great season of his. Brilliant defense. Of course, the straight line speed of the Williams really helping with that, but still, the defense to keep Norris and Piastri at bay for as long as he did was quite special, and was definitely one of the drivers of the day. Logan Sargent had a better race, but still his pace was lacking compared to his teammate. He was a lot closer on lap time, though. I think was losing more like a third of a second, maybe 0.4 of a second to Albon. So much better performance. So credit to him for that, but still not quite good enough. Of course, he should have started in the top 10 if he actually delivered on the pace he should have in qualifying. So yeah, ultimately not a good enough weekend from him. But Williams in the points again. And really, from the midfield, consistently now, they are really the team to watch. Haas F1, another meaningless race that no one will remember. Alfa Romeo, what a drive from Valtteri Bottas. We didn't see him once, but he ended up in finishing in P10. Brilliant. Of course, he only pitted once, pitted late on at the end of his first stint. From the hard tyre, he went to the medium compound tyre and then overtook some cars, got into 10th, and then kept up a really strong pace to hold on for the points in the end. So yeah, Valtteri Bottas, what a drive to finish in 10th. I thought it was impossible, really, for him to finish in the points. But yeah, what a drive from Valtteri. Of course, Piastri's little front wing braking with Hamilton and all of that did help that, but still, great drive nonetheless. The position was there to be gained, and he gained it. Zhou Guanyu, bang average once again, which is really why I think they need to look for a replacement. But yeah, great to see Alfa Romeo scoring a point. And Alfa Romeo now just 1 point behind Haas in the battle for 8th in the championship. And AlphaTauri, Liam Lawson, 11th place. What a result. Only a few seconds away from finishing the points. And surely, if Daniel Ricciardo does not quite perform well enough, which, I mean, we don't know if he will or not, because we need to wait until the end of the season. If Ricciardo doesn't perform well enough for what Red Bull want, then surely Liam Lawson has to be an option going forward. Because what a weekend. Again, with the limited time he's had in the car. 11th in the race and brilliant pace throughout. He wasn't that far off Alonso at one point. I think before he pitted, he wasn't a million miles away from the Aston Martin of Alonso. And maybe if he maybe had a bit of an easier time coming through the field, overtaking the cars he did on fresher tyres, maybe could have been a bit closer to Bottas to get that final point. But great drive nonetheless. Shame about Tsunoda. Who knows what he could have done if Lawson was doing what he was doing. But yeah, a good race for AlphaTauri and a good weekend. Very strong weekend compared to what I expected. And there you go, guys. That is my reaction to the 2023 Italian Grand Prix. I think, to be honest, given that I've been live for nearly 4 hours now, and I said I was going to be live until 4 p.m., I think I'm pretty much, guys, going to end it there. Thank you guys so much for coming along to the the watch-alongs this weekend and the content. If you're a new subscriber, thank you for subscribing. Hello to you. Welcome to the channel. And yeah, just thank you so much, of course, for coming along for all the content this weekend. Just wanted to update you guys once again about the next 2 pieces of content on the channel. Tomorrow night, I will be live at 8 p.m. UK time to go through any incidents from the race that we want to debate and just any talking points in general in the weekend review. Again, tomorrow night, I'll be live 8 p.m. UK time. And then next Sunday, I'll be live at 3 p.m. UK time. The topic is to be confirmed, but it is going to be about Max Verstappen, the topic. So yeah, we'll be doing that 3 p.m. next Sunday. And then, of course, a week after that, it will be the Singapore Grand Prix in Marina Bay. So yeah, thank you guys so much for coming along. Let me just finish up the poll in the chat. And I asked you guys, who is your driver of the day for the Italian Grand Prix? 86 votes, and you guys voted just about for Max Verstappen with 37% of the vote. Carlos Sainz just behind with 36% of the vote. Albon third, 13% of the vote. Bottas fourth, 12% of the vote. Thank you guys for voting. And again, thank you guys for coming along for the stream. and all the streams this weekend. Before you go, if you haven't subscribed, make sure to do so and hit the notifications bell. Make sure to smash a like button before you go. It does help the channel a lot in the algorithm, of course. Make sure to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 if you do have a Twitter account or an X account, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Because, of course, that's a great place for notifications, or just not notifications, but just updates in general as to what I'm up to in terms of content and that. And as well, a great place for notifications is my Discord server, link below in the description, and probably a link being posted in the chat currently as well, if you want to get some notifications and good notifications for my videos, streams, and any video or just channel updates. But yeah, that is it for the Italian Grand Prix weekend. I'll be back tomorrow night, live at 8 PM UK time for the weekend review. But until the next until that stream, of course, and the next Grand Prix on the calendar, the return to Asia for the Singapore Grand Prix of 2023. Guys, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye.